Okay, so here I'm going to be doing another part of the Jodi Arias trial. And so it is going to be Jodi Arias trial day 35 part 2. And that is going to be like an hour 28 minutes long, and we're starting in 3, 2, 1 from the very beginning. Sometimes I start from random parts too, but this is like Dr. Samuels after the jury has asked him questions. So he's going to get cross-examined on them, I guess. Hopefully by Juan Martinez. Or we get more from the jury. Low self-esteem is but it is very common. Yeah, a lot of people are apprehensive, or you know what, it's justified because most people are useless clowns anyway, but it's like a self-created, self-manifesting thing. Like, you don't give yourself the chance. That's what holds people back so much in life. It's not that you can't do something, it's I guess you don't. Okay, I was more so expecting the cross-examination, so it's fine. I was sort of short on breath in the earlier session. I don't know why. Maybe I'm eating too much of this fast food when I go, and it actually does sort of fill you up, and you're kind of a little bloated. Maybe I've been having it every day too much, where I would normally have it every other day. You know, and you're like full. That is the life. Doing a recording video, reaction video while driving after eating fast food. There's a certain charm to it. Yeah, you have to assume their truthfulness, especially even in a courtroom setting too, as well as a psychiatric setting. Because you don't want to admit you're wrong later. But still, the numbers you're putting into the computer are, it's still the data you're getting is from you and from them. And you made a mistake. The way he explained that was pretty good, though. I can't argue with that. But you know what I should almost do is I should watch XUC reacting to MasterChef Season 3. On one hand, because I can watch it for free then, but I did watch like the first 2 seasons kind of like that. Maybe not the whole thing, but season 1, spoilers, I guess. Season 1, Whitney wins, which was okay. She was good. Who was the other guy? Like David was pretty good too. I feel like she was good, but David outperformed her in the finale at least, right? Some people say, oh, it's because you hate women that you say that, or they only let her win because she's a woman, but I don't know about all that, but she was at least good. I don't mind it. But what she made in the finale was much more basic, like just chicken, and there's a whole drama that she dropped it, and 7-minute chicken. But season 2 was totally bullshit. Jessica was bad like the whole first half of the season, right? And that guy Christian, I think it was his name, was really good, but they turned it into like a weird thing. Like, he was just a normal guy, then he suddenly starts acting like a dick because like they told him to. That's part of the script. And then, oh, Jessica seems sympathetic, and then she beats him, and then, but she was bad the whole series, so she didn't deserve it at all, right? Adrian was really good, but no, she was turned into like the sympathetic figure, even though she's not good at all. She was bad. Like, she could have been eliminated numerous times. There was no confidence. Yeah, that guy Christian seemed like the best, actually. Is this just going to be jury question the whole time? I thought this would be... That was like the last part. Oh, this is a very strong piece for them. She tried to flee, but then she fought. Even though you made a mistake in a different way, but that was more like a typing error, I guess you could say, but... I mean, you gotta realize, these people are very experienced in their field. They're not just random people, but they seem so biased, or they seem such clowns. I seem like a clown, but you know what I mean. I just don't like the lack of objectivity here. I don't care if I'm a defense witness, prosecution witness, like, it doesn't matter. But you see the bias that is, like, oh, you have to go out and find this quack doctor to be a defense witness, but for the prosecution witness, you don't have to do anything. It's the state, it's the police. They want to, they want the defendant to be caught. So there's a major bias inherent to that aspect. I like when their own side objects to their answer. Like, he's rambling on too much. So, like, Nurmi objected to something that maybe Alice Laviolette or something, maybe this guy said to the jury question. But he would say, oh, it's just her, like, deflecting. You were in the middle of it too. But even in retrospect, you should basically invalidate that and say, well, I found out they were lying. You need to get Alice Laviolette in here for the human lie detector that she is. You know what's funny about this is part of this might actually be true, but it doesn't matter. Maybe she did lose some memory. Maybe she was traumatized, but who cares? Like, she still killed him. She still should go to jail, right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean you're innocent, right? So let's say even if it is true, I'll humor you, but so what? I kind of want the cross-examination part. Yeah, it's so stressful to commit murder in a plan. It is stressful because you're afraid to get caught. Call the police or milliseconds. I don't think they move that fast. Isn't that what she told you about, like the past details and experiences she's had? And people would point to that as very convenient symptoms, like why would he bring that up, specifically a hunting accident? So if it happens in a short period of time, basically, is the point. Yeah, ask this guy. Did you go to the Alice Laviolette School? You got to use the law of attraction to justify it. And if there was nothing negative to write, then why would they even break up or whatever? Made available conveniently and selectively by the defense team. I don't know what the fuck that question was. Yeah, I agree. She suppressed feelings. Once the dam breaks, oh, you're saying like the repressed emotions are why she brought that out and stabbed him so many times. A lot of people are asking the same thing, if it was premeditated. So that does help the... Yeah, I don't think it was premeditated either. There were aspects that seem like it, but I don't think fully it was premeditated.
You have your license and registration on you?
Yeah. What's
Where are you coming from tonight?
just work.
Work? Where do you work at?
Just a store back in Rome.
Okay. Where you headed to now?
Just home, Syracuse. Why did you pull me over?
So when I initially passed you, you were straddling the white line, and then when I got behind you, you crossed over the white line again.
Okay.
You get the registration for the vehicle on you?
Yeah.
Is everything all right?
Yeah.
Any reason why you were going over the line?
Oh, maybe it's just a little dark, so...
Oh, okay. Anything to drink for you tonight?
No.
Nothing? Okay. That one right there is right there. Any problems with your license or the registration? Nothing?
No.
Great, bud. You're all set, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Have a good night.
Yep. don't think I have trouble witnessing. Yeah, actually, I think you're right. It's the vehicle itself. Look. Oh, it's totally what it is. Bro, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck is going on here? There must be that. I can't really visualize that, but... I'm dead, bro. That was something always novel, React content worthy. I get pulled over by a cop like this, and I don't know why. It could be because the air in my tires seems low. That's what I was talking about, where it makes it seem like I'm driving erratically, even if I'm not. And sort of the video is still playing because of YouTube Premium, so it should be at the same timestamp as it would have been. Or it could be that I'm distracted by the mic whole thing, but no, I think I got to fill air in my tires or something, though. But you probably heard the whole thing, too. So that'd be maybe interesting to keep on here. I didn't get in trouble, but... You know, it's so amazing. Like, what the fuck did I even do? He said I'm, like, hugging the white line too much, but, like, that's good. What's wrong with hugging the white line? I don't want to hug the yellow line and hit somebody on the other side. Like, it's fine, dude. Like, if you had to choose to be more left or right. But no, I think it must be the air in the tire, actually, because... see, I'm good at maybe de-escalating those kind of things. I don't freak out. I don't do anything. Like, I'm just chill. You know, if they want to do something, do it. It's not the end of the world. Like, I didn't do anything. You know, test my blood alcohol if you want. Like, all this kind of shit that people have, like, a power trip. That these people are just fucking bored. I've never gotten a ticket, but I've been pulled over a couple times. Like, one time my light was off at night. One time I had that stop sign thing that I've talked about that was bullshit. I stopped at a stop. That actually happened twice. I stopped at a stop sign, counted to 3, whatever, and then I went. But the cop, like, didn't see it, so they warned me, like, oh, you gotta stop. Like, I clearly did stop. If you look at your, like, they're obviously not paying attention, and then they see me drive past it, it's like, they're just not looking. Like, I'm obviously stopped, but then they see, oh, look, he's just going at a stop. Because, like, they make a turn. Isn't that stupid? Like, they'll see me moving at a stop, and they came out from a turn behind me. So now it's like, oh, look, he just went at the stop. He didn't stop. But how do you know that? You didn't see me the 3 seconds I was sitting there. That's happened multiple times where I still didn't get a ticket, but it's, like, weird. I don't know if they keep track of that, like, every time you get pulled over. Now we get Wilmot's. The way the judge says Wilmot's name is kind of weird too, like how she says defendant, Wilmot. Or it wasn't her. I saw like the post-trial hearing when Martinez was disbarred and stuff to see whether that should make you reconsider, and it was just not really. They were asking about that, or they said it there, Wilmot. But again, that doesn't mean the conviction should be overturned. It just means... No, it definitely must be something with my car, though. Blame the car, but you don't want to bring that up, or... because yeah, it feels like it's all windy and it's doing weird stuff, but it's actually probably I need air in my tires, which is maybe dangerous, but because I don't even feel it. I don't feel like I'm doing anything. So it must be that. And when it's late at night, it's not that late, but that is so fucked up, and I'm too lazy to do it. I'll have to do it tomorrow. It must be that, though, because, yeah, I was wondering, like, what the fuck are you even doing? I didn't do anything. Like, what if you're just not a good driver at night? I have bad night vision, which I really don't have a problem doing it, but generally you don't necessarily like it. But no, I think that's what they see too. Oh, he's never gotten a ticket before and he's been driving for 10 years, so I guess we won't give him one now. But that's like a self-fulfilling fallacy. Like, maybe he deserves one this time, but... And he goes the other way too. Like, what is this bored clown doing? He does that, but then he goes the other way. So wherever he was going, it wasn't even in this direction. So you were doing it just to do it to me. And she, hops from one man to the next, does it for an alibi or whatever you want to say. And people are calling her basic in the comments, like, she's not even that attractive. Like, I got to do some, like, stimuli acme test to show you my control that I have over the stimuli acme. Like, try to distract me with that stimuli acme and it won't work. These things don't work on me unless I want them to. And anybody can have that control, but people only think in those terms. And now I haven't strapped on my lapel thing back. Like, there is an element of jealousy with, like, looking at somebody through the window and stuff. I'm kind of holding the lapel mic now, though, because I better make sure. Tomorrow I'm going to definitely fill the air. I've never actually filled the air in these. Either they do it automatically or something when I do an oil change or something, or I had somebody else driving it then that did it. Like, I've never actually done it myself. So I forget even how exactly to do it. That score could have been higher if the truth was told. But it doesn't matter so much what the exact trauma is, I suppose. What's even worse, but it's also you doing it, so then you don't sympathize. And see, that is fair to say. You might say, oh, but we shouldn't feel bad for a killer. It's not about whether you should feel bad, but it could be traumatic. Yes, killing somebody is traumatic, so you shouldn't do it. But yeah, you can get PTSD for a lot of things. People get it sometimes from childhood. Just something even seemingly innocuous, but it doesn't have to be like super major or something. But yeah, that's like the worst thing when you're just driving in front of a cop. They'll pull you over just because they want to fucking get ahead of you, not for any other reason. But no, is it because I'm distracted and talking and have the mic and all this? Or is it because he didn't even notice any of that or didn't care? I mean, I took it off and stuff, but... I love that as a standard, though. Oh, you're going over the white line. Like, why is that an issue? You're not hurting anybody. That lane's fine. Like, what are you doing, you know? It's better than going the other way. But no, I can kind of feel it. Oh, shit, I'm really playing with fire here. Okay, first thing tomorrow, I gotta fill this shit up. I don't want to do it at night. Fuck, I don't even know really how to do it. Spoiled, entitled, first world thing, but like, I don't know. It makes the accelerator all fucked up too, or there could be something else wrong, but... I thought he said he doesn't do testing, though, just categorically. Or is he saying use testing through others? I mean, everybody's doing this case sort of for publicity, I guess. You know, Alice LaViolette as well. Even the defense and prosecution were very attention hungry with respect to the simple fact of... Look at her sigh. When Wilmot sighs, 1,000 puppies die. But no, it's like this problem of cops just with nothing to do, and cops with a authority thing. They got like some power complex and stuff. You see that a lot in schools, like people, teachers and stuff have this power authority thing. Even when it's totally unjustified and it's not doing anything, it's just like, see, I can hold it like this the whole time, but I kind of don't like it, because it's sort of like, it's just a little awkward, and I can't really pin it while I'm doing, you know, it's a little tough. Maybe if I stop at like a stop light or something. Yeah, I love that. Those are maybe like the 4 times I've ever had that happen. And the reason why is because you know, again, your lights aren't on. That was kind of my fault, but he didn't make a big thing out of it. And I just put them on. It's not like they weren't even working. I just somehow, you know, it's one of those things like, you got like the dim lights, right? Like the parking lights or whatever. So there was enough light where I was like, oh, it's late at night, but there was enough light where I didn't even notice. So there's like the automatic lights that are on, but not the full on, not even like full beam, but like just high beam, just like regular beam, like what I'm using now. Right. So there's like a lesser level, but there's still light. If there wasn't light, then I obviously would have noticed. So somehow it just didn't bother me. I wasn't thinking about it. And I hadn't gone too far. So it's just a convenience trap of it too. Like, dude, you happen to have a comp right when I'm fucking leaving work at night or something. That's another secret. Just don't drive at night. Don't drive in a red car. Don't fucking do anything. Don't drive in front of a cop, which, to be fair, at night you can barely even tell that that's what it is. And you just take their word for it, though. Like when George Costanza tries to fake the fact that he has like some sort of twitch. But they say, oh, the tests don't confirm this. But what if it's psychological? I have a psychological tick that makes me do it. Like move my arm in a weird way. That he makes that up to Lloyd Braun. That's one of everybody's favorite moments. He's doing it to fool Lloyd Braun because the scenario is so outlandish. This woman who thinks George is like crazy, and Jerry's wearing glasses so he doesn't recognize him, and it's just like a total clusterfuck. probably, likely. But no, there's like a blandness to the absolutist that would be, I'm always referring to an absolutist ideation, but like there'd be a certain blandness. You're not trying to make a spectacle, you're not placing undue emphasis because you don't feel like you really need to do that, right? If you have substance and value, then you don't need to do that. What a fucking disaster though. Like, at least he didn't fuck around too much, but makes no fucking sense, dude. An animal who is frightened. Good one, dude. The animal brain, inherent man. Next you're going to use my term, inherent man, which is as close to an animal as you're ever going to see a person, even though people are objectively animals. It's just like, you know, just... Look at this rambling fucking answer, dude. Holy shit. I love this where they put like a 30-mile zone and then a 45-mile zone like within 1 fucking foot of each other. A long-ass answer. I'm surprised Martinez didn't object. That's how lazy you'd have to be. You need a cop to pull you over telling you you're straddling the line because your tires are a little deflated to finally go fill them. Because I've seen the light, but I ignore it. Then I fuck up a little bit, like the accelerator is fucking up. So I better just do it. I feel like this indicator isn't the greatest though. It's just like a little orange thing, right? Exclamation mark. It should tell you a little bit more. Like it should tell you which one. With these modern cars, it should tell you how bad is it. But what about Travis? He was maybe in the fight or flight situation too, but it's assuming that he's done it first, which is just too convenient. It's unfortunate though, like what if you think maybe he did fly off the handle, maybe, let's say he did do that, nobody would believe it, so it's like... It's like, oh, unless you have a pattern of behavior, it just can't be true, it just can't happen. Look at these size. It is impaired. Yeah, what if they accidentally take your shit with them? Like, oh, whoops, I just kept your registration. Like, they forget to give it to you back. Should she put the camera in a washing machine? I'm going to erase the evidence this way. or even just the whole presence of the camera shows you she's a clown amateur criminal, which is maybe something to be proud of, but then just don't do it in the first place. Or again, even if you didn't stab him so many times, it wouldn't have gotten so much media attention. You very likely would have still been caught, but nobody would care about it, for better or for worse. Or, oh, she wanted the attention. But I don't know if she really wanted the attention, because, I mean, she would have rather gotten away with it, but then once the attention comes, she seems to like it. But to be fair, everybody involved with this trial, except for the judge, to be fair, seems to be really enamored with that. See, like, it's always a deceptive thing, oh, Jennifer Darrow, but she used that popularity she got from that, and she ran for some office and still lost after that. Like, so she's obviously doing it consciously, like, oh, I want to run and that'll make me look good because everybody can see me and how patient I was, even though I thought I would use that against her. Like, you let Darrell Brooks run all over you, and so fuck it. You know, like, I forget exactly what she ran for, but it was like off the back of that. It was like very soon after that, and she kind of would have used her notoriety from that. But no, I actually consider that kind of a subpar performance in a lot of ways, that you're able to look at it from a perspective that fight or flight again. But you would do it if you thought, okay, I didn't do anything wrong. But you're saying it's self-defense. So if it really was self-defense, why would they... Oh, so you're using your stupidity as a defense. If I killed them, would I really get caught? If she's a killer, if she planned to do this, would she really leave all this evidence behind? Maybe she's just dumb. Maybe she just made a mistake. Maybe it tells you she's guilty rather than self-defense, because then you wouldn't have anything to hide. Like, oh, they won't believe it's self-defense. But then after, once she leaves, but yeah, the question is then why, when she left, didn't she call somebody then? Wait, I thought... Oh, maybe to help her, instead of just was there anybody there. I couldn't hear exactly what was said with the objection. Finally, a stoplight. Let's try to pin this shit back on. That just kind of pissed me off, the fact that I... Yeah, like, why would you bother going to therapy? You don't have to reveal that you're taping, but I guess probably you should, and actually... Or New York has, like, this weird law where camera footage isn't meant to have audio. You can have camera footage, you can record it, but you can't have audio in it, apparently. Like people's voices or sounds or whatever. Yeah, you can throw this whole thing out because it's based on a lie, even if you want to try to explain it some other way. Yeah, you buy them a book to build rapport. I don't know why, of all things, I decided to watch this, but I just felt like it. Doesn't mean I'm going to watch the whole thing, but whatever. We'll get through this YouTube month, and I don't have the inspiration to really watch other things, though. Like, I'm sort of... I don't know what I feel like doing. Wilmot doesn't seem too happy with this. Mischaracterizes what? The intruder story is a lie. Like, is that what Martinez wants them to say? Oh, what happened when... Yeah, shouldn't a cop be able to identify that too? Oh, something's wrong with the vehicle, not with me. My excuse was just, oh, it's dark. Like, what kind of... So then maybe you shouldn't be driving if it's dark, you dumbass. I might leave that in there too. That'd be kind of fun. That'll be at the most views out of anything. An unironically true... People wouldn't even believe it, but like an unironically true cop stop. Stimuli. This whole alternative reality stuff is dumb, though. I mean, yes, you might say that's a way to cover it, but more details because she's just coming up with them on the fly. Maybe with the help of her defense team. Like, they're sitting there saying, okay, now you have to admit it, so come up with this story and try to make him look like a pedophile or something. Oh, this is a good framing, where she's sort of... So she's not just being an unruly, petty kid, like just lying just to lie, but because it's a defense mechanism. Yeah, I'm traumatized by the stimuli acme that preserves this era. How about that? Only an absolutist would say that. Ergo, I wouldn't seek reinforcement from externality anyway, so your therapy is moot. This is why you need me. You want me on this microphone. You need me on this microphone. What is that even from? You might think it's from A Few Good Men. You want me on that wall. You need me on that wall, but I don't know if it actually is. It sounds like something he would say, but I don't know why I feel like it's from something else. The unhappiest cross-examination ever when it's your own, or whatever, direct examination. Yeah, your PTSD could be from something that you experienced as a kid, or whatever. So would you say for sure which one did it, or it's a combination of all of them? At least they call it a story. You did or you didn't fully believe. But I love that. I even joked about that. Oh, officer, it's because I'm recording and I'm watching and I'm listening on a headphone to this and I'm reacting and I got my mic. It's like, it's not, whatever. Not something that actually came up, but I mean, I could use that as an excuse. I'm just distracted by that. Doesn't even make sense. I just got these tires not too long ago. Like, I just changed them for the whatever, some mild checkpoint. This guy's license plate is pretty cool. PIZZ4 instead of A, but I like that. It's the bro from Spider-Man 2 who says he stole that guy's pizza. He stole that guy's pizza. It's the way he says it. Normie population over here. This is how you'd react to it on Twitch. Just say the meme, say the word, and they'll put the emote, and that's funny. Repetition is funny. Lowest common denominator is funny. Anything that requires the least amount of thought is funny. Like, come on, dude. That could be correlation, though, not causation. Constellations of items. What is this, fucking astrology or some shit? Another one. Another one. What is going on? Oh shit, there's two of them. Maybe this is just a bad time to drive in general. Not that it's super late, but there's like a car and then like a bigger vehicle, almost like a SUV type shit, truck, not really a truck behind it. But it's like a lie detector. If you can cheat the lie detector, then, right, it's like, who do you think you are, Sean Spencer? I just wanted to see the fucking cross-examination, not this clown show shit. So this is Jodi Arias trial day 35, part 3, in 3, 2, 1. Thank you, Your Honor. Again, no. Fuck off, Wilmot. Soldiers and officers. Oh, so you're trying to diminish, like, oh yeah, that's why. Because she hasn't had training, she's more likely to have PTSD than an officer or a soldier because they have more training or they're expecting it. This is like a premeditation question. I mean, there's no doubt she was very emotional in that moment. Like, she's stabbing him 27 times. It's hard to think that that's really premeditated. Like, if it was really premeditated, you'd do it once and then you'd be out of there. Why would you linger? Why would you do it? So you were obviously having a fit of rage or something of the sort, but... because they've already sort of processed what they're going to do and thought about it. Look at all her size. Okay, I did just watch this. Apparently, whatever, dude. I'll skip ahead. Because she's predicting that they're going to, like, oh, Juan Martinez is going to call it out. That Nurmi said it. So it's like you're making it up. And, you know, you should be able to see that without needing to be told or something. Okay, this is Jodi Arias trial day 36, part 1, in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, I haven't seen Nurmi do too much. I don't really want to see the defense do too much anyway. It's more fun to see Juan go at it. He's just wonderful. Everybody likes to say that in the comments. Wonderful. Yeah, he got disbarred. That was really wonderful for him. He's going to be wandering around looking for a new job now. He's going to wonder what he's going to do next. Like wonder or wander, either way it works. Bro, just get into the fucking cross-examination. I sat through like half an hour of that shit. No lapel mic, no, well, it's there, but I mean, I don't like when it hugs against my shirt. Even if it doesn't affect the quality too much, I still don't like it, really. Oh my god. That's one, because again, the whole time my mic was on, right? Or at least I hope it was, and it must still be on. Yeah, what if you say yes here? I did hear something, so what? You're gonna dismiss me? Is that all it takes? Or yeah, I like that one thing where somebody's like spying on the court lobby and the judge gets so mad about it. Oh, so he must have started the yesterday session still. He does all these long run-on fucking answers, dude. No, he just stops him. Or yeah, the absolute stigma effect would make it seem like you're traumatized all the time by everything, because every minor mistake you make a big deal and let it scar you and harm you in such a way that it allows you to try to never repeat it again, so you let it really shake your core, even if it seems like something minor, so you never make another mistake again, right? So you make it a big deal, full experience, self-actualization, and also the awareness of other people and their tendencies, like, oh, you're afraid of crowds, but really you're just aware of human nature, and you realize the likelihood of them doing something bad is higher in a crowd because it's just there's more people, and you know, you understand their nature and tendency and that they're capable of various things, and so just by simply being aware of that, you would be very $5:45. The worksheet is like what he wrote, maybe the answers on himself. That's kind of improper, just to ask about something specific on there from a distance like that. What about these photographs? Darrell Brooks holds them out. I think it's something else, though, that he's talking. I mean, he could just say, I had my other scoring sheet. Just rip them apart and make them in individual exhibits then. The one with the dots. All Juan is trying to do through all this is just try to discredit him like as much as possible. More dots, more dots. Onexia. More dots moment. Onexia, raid leader, rage moment from Classic WoW. He does sound kind of like a klutz in this manner. No one's asking whether you're entitled to do it or not. Objection relevance. That was a relevance objection. What are you asleep? Doesn't matter where he was. These questions are always so wrong. I'm not asking you that, am I? That's not really that is argumentative. Even if that's more like the judge's job to admonish them, he wasn't asking you that, answer only the question. The judge basically lets Juan Martinez admonish the witness. Bro has got argumentative slider up to max. You had everything, but you were still wrong. Oh, look, Wilmot and Jodi are wearing like the same color type of stuff too. I guess even Nurmi is wearing kind of a similar color, but... But even if you had the other one... Okay, so today I might watch more of just the Jodi Arias thing or something similar. I always go into these not really knowing what I want to watch, but I should almost go by suggested, like whatever happens to be on there. But so I tried to fill up the issue I was having yesterday with the air in my tires, but now it seems like the gauge is inconsistent. One time you're supposed to push like really hard with it, right? So one time I push and it's like 15. The next time I push and it's like 30, so I don't know. But it definitely seems like something is wrong because I have to keep pushing the accelerator like harder than I normally do, or something is off. So I guess I'll buy a new gauge and then I'll try. It's just kind of confusing because it's not something I normally have to do, and then you don't want to overfill it, but then there should be like maybe no such thing as overfilling it. See, like 2 of them would say that they're like 30, which is good for what I have, right, on the first push. But the other 2 would say 15, but then I would do it again and then it would say 30, even if I reset it. So it's like, maybe I just wasn't pushing hard enough, or maybe that means, I don't know what that means, like. So yeah, we'll look through something else random here today, and I'm sort of caught up with uploading it, but it's also difficult because you feel like now I'm doing it kind of more often session, so it could be a little more difficult to do as well. So yeah, let me think what I want to do. Rep Mace exposes Charleston something. Yeah, there was some stat like 13,000 convicted murderers have come across the border. It doesn't mean they've done it since they've been here, but it is weird. Or all this sort of skewed, mostly peaceful, kind of same mindset. Mostly peaceful illegal immigrants. Like, it doesn't matter if they're mostly peaceful. It matters, like, when you're letting millions in without any proper process, all it takes is one of them to do something bad, right? So it's one of these very idyllic, elitist sort of ways to look at it, like, oh, it's okay if 20 million people came over, only 1% of them committed a crime. But it's like, if you could have prevented that 1%, right, it doesn't mean you would have kept everybody else out, but maybe you would have only kept that 1% of people out and let everybody else in if they had some sort of, record or whatever the issue might be. And so I don't know, something just feels sort of off about it. So yeah, the whole fallacy is just born of, if you oppose illegal immigration, you're against immigration itself, and you're a racist, even though that's obviously not what it is. And if you accuse one illegal immigrant or one immigrant of doing something wrong, you must be against all of them, right? Like, okay, let's say one of them committed a crime, like Laken Riley, was the victim, or others, right? That doesn't mean they're all bad, but it means that we should at least have a better, more robust process like we've had in the past, like we've had even under Democrats like Obama. So it's just like a kind of pointless argument that you shouldn't have to make, but yeah, let's see. Jodi Arias trial, Laviolette. I don't want to keep watching just the same fucking part over and over, though. Like, let me try this one and see if I haven't seen it. So, Jodi Arias trial, day 43. Martinez versus Laviolette, part 1. No sidebars in 3, 2, 1. And when I say that, I'm obviously doing it from the beginning. Mr. Martinez, you may continue. Like, what percentage? The sustain there doesn't help him too much. It just gets them to shut up. Yeah, when Jodi outright lies, not about everything, though. I don't think I've seen this exact part. About your assessment, do you remember that? I don't like his tone, though. Like, we get that he's the prosecutor, but he is, like, so aggressive, and a lot of people are turning on him now, in retrospect, in the comments, because he got disbarred, but it doesn't mean that he did a bad job. It's just... some blogger and him had a fling over the thing, over the case, and some juror got leaked or something. See, that's argumentative. That's an argumentative... This judge is fucking asleep, even though I kind of like the fact that you barely notice the judge. That means they're doing their job better, but... there's definitely major secondary gain here because they don't want her to just keep filibustering and Asked and answered? I never said it was an issue in the first place. You just said you did, though. But did you or did you not find it? Was there or was there not secondary gain? But you should be able to have this opinion. See, the judge isn't really making her answer. This is a really run-on question. See, they make fun of Darrell Brooks, would it be fair to say? But this guy says, isn't it true, a million times? So when they like you, they won't make fun of you. Wait, I thought they were saying approach, and then it just got overruled by Martinez's next question. Did you find it? I'm getting mad at her now, too. You have to decide. Just say it wasn't a big enough issue to disqualify. That's argumentative, that it's lacking. But then ask, could secondary gain disqualify your assessment whether there was domestic violence or not? Could that... See, the sustains are meaningless because she's not answering. It just makes her look bad, I guess, in front of the jury. You should always be able to identify it, whether it human lie detector, that was not what she really said. So you could just say, okay, was there reasonable doubt about your assessment? She has like a little chipmunk-like quality at times. It's really just a way to get them to shut up, basically. But they're two separate things. What statement, though? But on what? Like, I believed her on certain issues. I didn't believe her on other issues. This whole style of questioning is very argumentative. Both his tone and, I didn't ask you if especially to ask that as a question. Did I ask you if you were, like, that's argumentative by nature. I don't get how you can get away with that. You never see that. Will not look so sad. Can we agree, like, he sets that aside? And the defense team or something. I mean, it's understandable that you can't hold it against you that, you didn't talk to him because he's dead, but you could say whether you should have talked to somebody else, like other interviews. That's a good one. Yes or no, that's how I want to take it. That's a great line. You can take it however you want. Yes or no, that's how I want to take it. Which that seems like way too much, actually. What if you're blind? Can't you still be an assessor? Like, but see, that's normal. That's not a good. That's not fair because nobody talked to Travis because he's been dead the whole time. That's completely unfair because then every assessment, even if it was your own Janine DeMart or whoever, they didn't talk to Travis either, so you're half wrong there too, all right? Like, that applies to every situation in forensics involving murder, at least, where one of the people won't be there. Always looks like Jodi's giving the puppy dog eyes type shit. Jodi can actually be pretty sharp at times. She had a good line like, the pedestrian thing, like. But he might have other incentives. See, it could be credibility, but it's also like you're too close to see clearly, or you'll be like biased that you hate her, so you'll pretend like she's lying, whereas you could be more objective. See my other videos for part 2, or will it automatically, it'll go into that? I feel like that one I hadn't really seen, or I'm going to forget because I end up seeing so many of these. So, Jodi Arias trial day 43, Martinez versus Laviolette part 2 in 3, 2, 1. I wouldn't mind watching one of these in order, but they're sometimes too long. Like, who would I compare him to as like a Phoenix Wright sense or whatever? Like, try to find a real life. I compare Jose Baez, who's a defense attorney, obviously, but I compare him to Manfred von Karma. Not because he's that forceful, but because he's that good. That he went undefeated for much of his career. I don't know if he still is undefeated, but at the time of the Casey Anthony trial and after, he had never lost a case, as far as I was aware. So you could always hang your hat on that. So he's very aggressive, the way that you could almost point to that, but like Edgeworth doesn't feel that aggressive though. He's more smooth. He's more suave, right? So who would Martinez be? Like, he's somebody who's almost trying a bit too hard. Like maybe like Francisco, with all due respect, like where he's trying very hard and being very forceful, but not necessarily always the best way. He's definitely not like Winston Payne. So you have Payne, you have Edgeworth, you have von Karma, you have Francisca, you have Clavier, but Clavier's too nice. I like Clavier, actually. He's just kind of a chill dude. Right? He's not a bad guy at all, in fact. And then he gangs up on his brother, too, once he starts to find that there's reason to suspect him. Did you hear that? In looking at all your context and other information. It could have been useful. Oh, is this outside the president of the jury? I would have liked to have considered the information. I can barely hear what he's saying either. Okay, let's see. Continue this. So it's 4:39, day 43. Martinez versus Laviolette, part 2, no sidebars. In 3, 2, 1. 4:40, 4:41. This isn't what I was expecting to do for the YouTube series per se, but I can get around to other stuff too later. That's what consideration is. But I don't get it. They're outside. Like, what's the point in even doing this if the jury's not there? Look at that. She's being coached. She's being coached by her there. Openly, I guess not in front of the jury, but still. So, Jodi Arias, trial day 43, Martinez versus Laviolette, part 3, in 3, 2, 1. Okay, now the jury's back. Cut them on apples or while cutting apples? That's a bit of a misstatement. That was obviously a liar. She has like a million different stories to do with the hand. Or like believe it then versus believe it now. But did you or did you not believe it? I think everybody already knows, but just lay the foundation properly. Oh, they skipped that part where she raised it. Like she said, it's not that important to her about that. Doesn't matter if it was a long time ago, you would have seen But it doesn't matter if you remember it now. You should have noticed the contradiction then. That is a very admonishable statement. Well, she's being like needlessly argumentative. The margarita glass this way, the apples, during the murder. I kind of want to do another one of those let's play things after this. Maybe I should try one that I haven't seen before and just judge it. Like, what are they doing right? What are they doing wrong? She does go on like way too much, dude. That's what redirect is for. You get to explain yourself. It doesn't mean you believe them just because you took notes or talked about it. Then why would you even write it down? No, I don't want to know. cut him off right before. She was going to say because she wanted to commit the murder. Doesn't want to use problems, wants to use questions, which is fair. You don't know whether it's a problem or not, necessarily. This part is a little bit dry, but the gas cans were one of the two big things in the whole case. Right, like the gas cans and the other thing, the pictures, the photos, and the camera. Right, those are two very big points. Yeah, you can't always go by that, like, oh, what's written on that one page? It was talked about elsewhere, so I had that in my mind. This is part 4. I think I did just see this when she has her glasses and stuff. Let me see. Or yeah, it's just you don't understand my handwriting. So this is Jodi Arias trial, day 43, Martinez versus Laviolette, part 4, no sidebars, in 3, 2, 1. It's going to be where I end up keep watching the same thing over and over. The same parts over and over. It's like, oh, you didn't understand my handwriting. Actually, I wrote about it here, but... That exact question wasn't asked, but... like with this whole mic thing, there's like a whole protagonist element in the story. Like, always carry a hidden mic on you at all times, and like a recorder somehow, like a spy thing, right? That's very inconspicuous, like a pen or something that records like camera and audio, and like that would solve so many things because, oh, the villain admits what their plan was, but you can't catch them or whatever. Like, that would solve so many issues in stories, right? If only you had that all the time. And you would think, that's one thing I always question too, like, why couldn't you just have that? He does kind of that air accordion thing, not unlike Trump does all the time, where he like where he puts his hands to, like, you know, whatever, like out and in and out and in over and over, like an accordion player. Now she'll say, I was limited in my resources. But that's a very honorable thing to say. I don't want to know who you were restricted by. You could say it's the defense and you could turn it into a whole big thing. Or one topic I should discuss on a psychological context is like simping. Why do people like it? It's like, because you're worshiping the stimuli acme. Same thing with dominant submission, like, you know, giving into the other person is like giving into the stimuli acme and turning it into like an absolute, where, oh, it's not just that they're attractive, it's that, oh, they're like a goddess, or they're like this or that. So it's sort of like you're turning them into something bigger, larger than life. So people find that psychologically satisfying, like an absolute that you're turning them into, even though they're, you know, they're not, but... Because you could just say that has nothing to do with domestic violence, I guess. That was still further than yes or no. It's like everything they reacted to was curated by the defense. So let's say I was to defend Alice Laviolette and the other guy, Richard Gaffner or whatever, and the other quack doctor. It's maybe not their fault. They were given only these materials by the defense, and they only looked at those, and that might paint a rosy picture for Jodi, and they don't see anything else. So given that perspective of what they had available, it might not have been that bad. for her. Like, this might have been their genuine perspective. You'd have to think they're doing it for the attention, not really the money. Like, oh, look, I get to be on TV and everybody cares about this trial. And then she's getting death threats. Like, it doesn't matter even if the jury believed her. It's like, who cares about... Jodi still did what she did. You might be a little sympathetic and say... This judge is just, like, literally asleep the whole time. Now she'll say, well, okay, I've already seen this, though. I gotta almost have a randomizer, like, where it's just... Give me, like, random video suggestions automatically. Because I don't know. It's too hard to figure this out otherwise. Like, what I actually want to watch. Okay, let's see what this one is. I'm skipping ahead to the next one. I really can't see at what part I'm at, though, unfortunately. Because I can see this, the way the phone is set, and like my air vent type of thing, the steering wheel kind of blocks the time that's on the bottom left, which arguably should be shown in a bit more conspicuous of a way. Right, like it's just a tiny little shit on the bottom, or like the play button being on the bottom left is a real driving hazard like they do on Hulu or something. They shouldn't really do it quite like that. Well, this is Jodi Arias trial, day 43, Martinez vs. Laviolette, part 5. No sidebars, and we're at 8:56 in 3, 2, 1. Chose to find them, did not something. But yeah, let's live vicariously through a Let's Player and actually watch what makes them tick. That's a big part of why people like it. You play the game yourself, and you only after she suffered from PTSD from killing him now. Well, two things can be true. They can both be manipulative. Yeah, she said at that time. So the shock of the killing made her manipulative. I'm trying to get the alibi and stuff. I'm sure there's certain texts between Alexander and her. See, it's not a false duality. Like you could just be in an isolated event. Yeah, like, oh, you're manipulative in high school, but what does that have to do with boys or something? What does that have to do with how you would be as an adult or in the context of a murder case? I have one friend, forever alone. She has no issue saying after the murder. Those were two isolated events, though, over many years. Oh, that's a good word. Preponderance of evidence. Yeah, more evidence is better than less evidence. It means you have more pieces of evidence supporting one than not. He's like bothered by this term. Just there's more evidence that supports one. What I have been presented with, like as if you're limited in some way. Now this is part 6. So Jodi Arias trial, day 43, Martinez versus Laviolette, part 6, no sidebars in 3, 2, 1. This feels maybe a little dry to do so much of this, but it's okay. Argumentative, human lie detector, because that's how everybody has to decide it. Take a shot every time she says context. You're doing that at work for like tips or something. That is sort of speculation, actually. You misrepresent my continuum. What was the line? That was pretty funny. Just like imagine that in a whiny voice of like a younger character. Like Jimmy Neutron type shit. You misrepresented my continuum. I can just picture that like from a cartoon show or something. Or she's copying what the defense is saying. Just based on idle gossip. She's being pretty objective there. It could. I just choose not to do it, but... Did I ask if he was very upset? This is a bit of a reach, like speculative theorizing. In a singular sense. It's only a pattern if you get caught and found out, so... Did I ask you if you were making out? We got like a GTA NPC here. Sort of flipping, it looked like at least like she was flipping off outside of the window. And now they're going like way too fast. I don't get it. Or that's what being normal feels like. I'm not asking you to rephrase. So many times he says that. Yeah, let me watch some gameplay video. I don't care what it is. Like, let's pick a random game, pick a random playthrough. The only rule is it has to be something I haven't seen before, or I mean, something I've played before. Let me try to decide what I want here. We can just go one by one. Let's watch Chris move, but let's watch him play something other than NBA 2K, even though that's kind of what he's known for. Or I could watch like his oldest videos, or Chris move, Yogscast Sips. You know, just because I watched them doesn't mean I watch like everything that they would have done. So Sips sometimes has a style like me, like where he's sort of deadpan and stream of consciousness and sort of low-key, right, to a degree. Chris Smoove would kind of get annoying sometimes with repeating the same phrases over and over. Some of his little catchphrase lines. Yeah, he would play Call of Duty a lot too. Right, NBA 2K, Call of Duty, multiplayer, fucking kind of whatever, just the height of multiplayer gaming. Where it can be repetitive, the same maps over and over, the same whatever, but still enjoyable based on, again, the sort of philosophy that it wouldn't work if it was a single-player game where you would play the same map over and over. It would be boring with the same items, the same weapon, the same characters, whatever. But, oh, it's fun because the other people you're going against, or the variety and matchups and stuff. You know, like how card games work or how like League of Legends work. It'd be so boring if you were to play that single player. So it subverts it by like using the players as a form of content. Like, oh, it's dynamic because the players are going to have different builds. And oh, it's dynamic because the players themselves are unpredictable. And it's satisfying because you get to stroke your ego by saying, oh, look at me beating this person. Whereas if it was against AI, you would need more of a substantial story and more of a substantial world other than just the same map over and over. So it takes on sort of a different form, but on that level you can compare it to something like chess, where chess is always the same no matter what. So the more it's the same every time, the more balanced it can seemingly be. So like with League of Legends, and itemization can be an issue, but you have the ability to look at it like yeah, I love that as a standard. Like, oh, you know, you're straddling the white line. Isn't that better than straddling the fucking yellow line? Like, it doesn't mean anything, really. But no, I got to figure out. So I tried to fill the air in my tires, but I couldn't figure it out because that meter wasn't really making sense to me. Right, one time it says 15, one time it says 30. So how am I supposed to... Right, it should never say 30 because then it seems like I'm going to overfill it or something. Which maybe I should try to do that. Like, how bad could it be if I did? Right, there shouldn't really be a standard like that. Like, oh, the air is full, so it's okay. Why would it be like, oh, you can overfill it and just... It should have like a capacity that it would just be fine, but... So yeah, I want to watch almost something like that, or maybe we could watch like a sporting thing. I don't know what I feel like. Right, this is the downside. I was saying like cut type social experiment stuff. I was saying like the game. I had like 5 things I was saying. Okay, so number 1 was Skibbity Toilet, which I'm not ready to do yet. We'll save the best for last. Number 2 was like... Number 2 is like the Skibbity Toilet, then like the social experiment cut type stuff. Then number 3 would be like the Let's Plays, whether it's something I have or haven't seen before, whether it's something I've played before would be the criteria, or like even a streamer, I could give like a review of their channel, like I'll watch some low viewer streamer. Then number 4 was like maybe these court videos, stuff like that. And then number 5 would be like the most subscribed channels, most viewed videos, like we were doing Mr. Beast or something. The problem is, I guess you won't know what I'm watching. Like, if I'm watching somebody live on stream, you'll never be able to figure out what exact part I'm watching. That's the issue. I guess I didn't think of that. Like, I could still do it, I guess, but I'm sort of just reviewing their style overall. But no, we have the ability to look at, I don't know, like, let me try to think of a game, like Luigi's Mansion playthrough could be fun, or something. I don't know, I just have some urge to watch something like this. I mean, I could watch my own shit, too, but I don't know, I'm trying to think here. I'd have to really look through. It's going to be hard to just do it like this on a whim. Maybe I'll just continue this for now. Which is sometimes, it's just hard to navigate this while driving, and I really shouldn't even do that. It's impossible to tell, too. Like, how do I know how the car looks when it's driving if I'm like, oh, one of the tires is such and such? How would I even know that if, you know, you can't see it, really. You can feel it, but so this is, looks like 7:08 in day 43, Martinez versus Laviolette part 6 in 3, 2, 1. Your standards. Oh yeah, because you're old-fashioned. I must have skipped ahead because this was the one we were on. I'm not asking if you're old-fashioned, I'm asking if you indicated that. But like, because you're old-fashioned, you won't ask those questions, but you'll also hold it against somebody or have certain bias. This is highly argumentative. You were even older. I had to swallow my pride of being old-fashioned. Yeah, so let her define it. That's not even remotely what I was asking you. She gets very off topic. No, but it kind of answers it because, like, that's where I was inhibited. You're saying I'm inhibited, so I was inhibited in that. All right, pull out your line. Rare Martina's laugh, though, when she says, we were talking about anal sex as a question. The audio quality on some of these is so bad. It must have been consensual then, if I would assume that. You leave off right on the anal sex, right when it was getting juicy. Yeah, this judge does some things pretty well, but sometimes he's a little bit too laissez-faire, laid back. Kind of like how I would be as a judge, like less is more, but right, the less they notice you doing your job, the better job you're doing, kind of a thing. You don't want to be like kind of a diva or something like Judge Ito in the O.J. Simpson trial or some shit like that. So, Jodi Arias trial, day 43, Martinez versus Laviolette, part 7, in 3, 2, 1. But no, it's like preconceived notions and how they dictate what people see or how people think. Like, people aren't looking at things objectively most of the time. They're looking at it through their preconceived notions. Right? That's the lens through which they see things. So everything is reactionary, reinforcement, or something of the sort. Wait, how is it Miss Wilmot if... Or this is like a cross. That's sort of leading. She could have volunteered that, but... Trying to break out of the rigid social contrivance. Right, that you try to act out in those ways, but you're missing the larger process point that you are being restrained and inhibited in every way meaningfully by society. this makes Martinez look bad for even bringing this up. Like, she was just a little 14-year-old girl. The inference could just be that, you know, every teenager does that. This must be outside the presence of the jury because this is too much talking. Saw herself as a victim, or maybe she... But maybe she was. You'd say, like, oh, there's no police report, but the police might not take you seriously when you're a kid, like... Or they'll believe the parents... That is sort of prejudicial. She wasn't being deceitful until after the crime, I guess. Look at that water pouring ASMR in the background. That was so loud. Is that the witness doing that, or who is doing that? I mean, you can still say it in like a closing argument just because it's not evidence, but every rule of the court goes out the window in the closing argument or the opening statement, where you can just say whatever you want, and the judge will just say, well, you know, the jury will recall the evidence presented in the trial. This is sort of fair. It has nothing to do with this. Something you did 20 years ago, you'll try to connect it to. She told a lie when she was 14 and 30, so those two lies, 16 years apart, means that she's a deceptive bitch. Like, that's not very strong evidence. Might sound like I'm defending her too, but I'm not. I'm just saying, like, be objective. You don't need all this to win the case. but not show the clip. What was that? Like a little, like, Riddler voice type. What was that? Like some jury member walking in, or that's what they do with the jury voices when they talk. It's all messed up, distorted. I think we already saw this part though, or maybe that was out of jury presence. Okay, part 8. Okay, Jodi Arias trial, day 43, Martinez versus Laviolette. Part 8, no sidebars, in 3, 2, 1. Just remember, this all started with me watching Girls with Allison Williams, or something similar. Like other random stuff before that, but those are the two, like one of the first episode of Girls, and one of the episodes of Hell's Kitchen where you can actually hear it, because I didn't have my headphone or something. Martinez does seem a little restrained here with how he's doing it, like. Yeah, that part he shouldn't be able to go into. Like sometimes just asking a series of two different series of questions together makes it seem like make it seem aligned, right? Bringing up this account and the father's account. Whatever it is you did during the break. Zena Carranzo. So that's a perjury charge. When does it become misspeaking to perjury. I understand that, cutting you off. Lubricant relates to anal sex. Or like whether it was consensual. You were interested in it before though, Mr. Martinez. You're the one who was asking about who brought the lubricant. That's argumentative. The various instances. But that wasn't a question, like whether she discussed it or not. Okay, so here let's look at a little absolutist concept first. Which is the idea that, you'd be aware of the nature of a process, and by simply exhibiting awareness of it or, not playing into undue emphasis, etc., contrivance response, you would sort of expose it or reveal it or make people aware of it or think about it. And so it becomes like somehow an affront to them that way. So, for example, their outward insistence is clear. In other words, they see constant reinforcement through externality in a contrivance state where it's not only is it not real, but it requires the illusion to be kept up at all times from everyone. So by simply not doing anything, or by simply being aware of the process, or again, revealing the process through not practicing it, etc., right, simply by not doing anything effectively, that will be taken as a negative, right? False negative of non, because the outward contrivance state expects some outward positive contrivance state in it by its definition. And so that becomes the issue, that it's treated as a false inherent and so forth. So you can very easily expose the nature of a process that way, but people won't like it, and they're always outwardly insisting, overextending. So you're not even really doing anything by doing that. But again, by simply not sharing their contrivance state, you see this a lot with like the meshing of cultures, like, one culture's contrivance versus another. So they're both contrivances. So the narrow-minded person would say, this culture is good and that one's bad, or we should just be accepting of all of them, not realizing that they're all artificial and based in some sort of half-mast reactionary standard that is, it's not that one is preferable over another, it's that they're all flawed. So, and it's like this functionalistic basis, like it might be useful to contrive for a zero-sum half-mast state, but that doesn't mean it's actually logically consistent or objectively true, based in fact, or something like that, or not cognitive dissonance inducive. So you can do it, but you should be aware of it, but then, being aware of it makes it very difficult to practice it. So it's like the self-defeating thing. So for example, if it's like, look at how much a person's struggling with their half-mass zero-sum functionalism, that, they often created the circumstance for it. What you're not realizing is that basically what you're doing is it might be useful for you to contrive or pretend or place certain emphasis, but that's only because of the state that you're in. So pretend like you were in this objective state that matched your mind, like the infinite mind. Now all of a sudden all these zero-sum contrivance structures, you're only doing it for functional reasons, like, oh, you pretend to do this, you pretend to like other people because it's useful at work and we work together and blah blah blah. Like, I'm not saying what the standard should be, but you're only doing it for some zero-sum dependent overextended pretense because you're in this half-mass functional state. So pretend like, okay, you're a millionaire and you hit the lottery. Now that would no longer be necessary. So now you could define things differently. So when the defining factor is simply zero-sum means and functionalism, you're not using an actual criteria. You're basically saying, I'm in such a lowly state that I have to pretend all these things are the case or contrive all of this just because it's useful to achieve my zero-sum functionalistic state. And so I'm a slave to that. Not only am I a slave to it, but then I pretend like it's something more than simply a functional basis. And so now you end up in a position where it's very disturbing because you have this element of basically being able to you can't even acknowledge that, okay, we're just pretending to do this because it's useful for some reason somehow. You're basically doing it along the lines of, oh no, it's absolute, or it's actually their state of being. And it's like when people take pride in it, like, oh, look, I'm so proud of the way that I am, even though the way that you are is molded simply to be functional in a contrivance environment. It's the sort of thing like everybody realizes something is fake, but they do it anyway, or they glorify it anyway, or they require or desire it anyway, right? You know it's fake, you know you're being lied to. It could be politics, could be work environment, so why not just get rid of it? But then you need this as like a pretense, like, and the fact that you need it as a pretense shows you it's not even base full functionalism. So even if you want to say, oh, it's overextended for function, like I'm just doing it because of my work, my job, etc., the reality is that if you were truly devoted to function, then you wouldn't need to pretend. In other words, like, oh, they're just being nice to sell you a product. But if the product was actually good or worth it or whatever, it would speak for itself, so you wouldn't need that. So now it becomes a contest of contrivance, like, who's the nicest at selling you a product? But you shouldn't need to overcompensate with that. So the true absolutist philosophy would be, the less undue emphasis, the better, or just non speaks for itself, because now you're holding accountable the practice itself. So if you need to overcompensate, then there must be something lacking with the process in the first place. And so you have to decide, like, do you want that to be the defining factor because that's so arbitrary and interchangeable and easy to manipulate? And the reason why is because anybody can do that, and so that becomes, again, this sort of contest of contrivance, and it's an initial minded observational basis that is very telling, actually, because it's like any amount of thought would invalidate it, but that's what it feeds off, is a lack of thought and heavy on preconceived notions and lowest common denominator, all these kind of things that are very baseline. And so what you have is the ability to okay, let's watch this here, whatever, folly favoritism time. Gordon Ramsay being angry for 33 minutes, kitchen nightmares, starting in 3, 2, 1. Or I guess I would have wanted to watch it from Hell's Kitchen perspective. This is more like when he's mad at people's restaurants. But they agree to let him in here and do all this shit, so. It's not even his kitchen, it's somebody else's, he's just critiquing it. Or you get this water phone in all his fucking series, dude, they gotta find a new sound effect. This fish is making her thirsty. They don't want anything else, but they should just leave then. I like his willfulness there. Not an excuse. But does that mean they have to pay for it, or will that dish be free? I like his willingness. It makes it look like shouldn't be in the kitchen. What the fuck? He's getting naked. Best chef in what county? He's acting like it's his kitchen, though, somehow. Right, like it's obviously, he's just giving other people advice and stuff. Can't cook and talk and manage. Let Gordon do the talking. I didn't mean to watch this. I thought it would be a Hell's Kitchen compilation. Three has been waiting forever. Yeah, this isn't really what I wanted to watch, but whatever. Just cook. That's the answer. Just cook. $400 things at once. I can't tell what's wrong with my car, though. It feels like you have to accelerate a lot more than normal. It could be that one of the tires is fucked up. I can't figure it out. I'll have to get a new gauge like tomorrow and figure it out, but I don't get it. We don't need to shush her. everything crashed. Like, who says that? Little Jacob in GTA 4 says a lot. Kind of like a Rastafarian dialect, I guess. Everything crashed. Sounded like she's saying, ow, ow. He said no one left. I forget what that's even from originally. It's probably just like a meme template. Like no, it must be some video, like a Vine or something. Even like the skull emoji was sort of popularized by that. Like, man, I'm dead, by Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving invented the skull, that emoji. Not really, but that is almost what I associated with a little bit. It would sort of piss me off, though. I don't want Gordon sitting in there telling me what to do, but let me see if I can change this while I'm stopped. There's all these Gordon AI videos that are actually pretty good, but like they're all fucking a mess. All this random shit happening in them. Oh my god, it's so hard to navigate this, man, I swear. I should have picked like a gameplay session to do, because that's what I was saying I wanted to do before. Okay, let me just go back in the history and find like a fucking thing here. Jodi Arias again, time number 1 million. I don't know exactly what timestamp we're at here, though. Looks like 37:18 and Jodi Arias trial date 21/2/3. Cross-examination, no sidebars in 3, 2, 1. Straight up the stairs or something. You didn't say a word going up the stairwell. Did you call out his name? And then she says, I might have. He kind of gave up that point easily. I ended up keep watching the same parts over and over. Or they keep doing this where he can't hear. Where I would almost say the judge should ask, do you need like a better mic or something? So she was an invited guest if she's going almost every day. She had I just dodged between two fucking deer. What the fuck is going on with this drive, dude? I'm gonna get fucking killed. At night, getting pulled over by cops. Running into deer. They just stand there, too. Like, there's 2 deer standing, and they just stay standing. It's gonna damage the deer more than you, so it wouldn't matter, but... Was there a telephone call in the morning, but no, we had discussed it prior. She could have just said, like, the day before or a week ago, we discussed it and had planned it. Sometimes, and then she'll say, how else did you call, like a landline? She's sort of peevish about guilty pardon? How many times is he doing that? So it's irrelevant what she just brought up. There was no landline. Shouldn't there be like phone records for this? That was the arrangement, though, you fucker. But just say you agreed on the day like a week before. Well, he could have told you the day before, or you could have agreed on it a week before. Yeah, why didn't they just say on this day, come in whenever you can or whatever? You're on Snapchat and you see this ad for Seeking Arrangements, which is a website that is, you needed an arrangement. All this trouble could have been avoided. Cut through the BS and just realize zero-sum means is the defining factor of a stimuli acme on a particular side. Yeah, nighttime is just a bad thing for cops and everything. Like they got nothing to do, or they expect people to be doing bad shit. They expect you to be drunk driving or some shit. Like, they got nothing to do, so they're just bored. You're the only one on the road. But yeah, there'll be blood on my card, so they'll think I just killed somebody. But oh no, I just killed a deer. That's a good justification. Helping with the Christmas decorations. I've heard this part probably many times. Something to do with child porn here, which is kind of a low blow. Even if it was true, it has nothing to do with, it doesn't justify you stabbing him 27 times or even killing him in the first place, right? It's just character assassination. I didn't throw up in my car. She gets a rare laugh out of one. You did all that in your car. I didn't throw up in my car. That was a good snarky but accurate comeback by her. Or then she says, my car is better than his, so that's not why we saw it. The fuck? Sending the message. What is this going to be, like a Phoenix Wright passport moment? The time is proves that you were from whatever. That is mischaracterizing. Pretty sure doesn't mean you're not sure. Sounded like he said to the best of your elements. Yeah, the whole basis of why this case got so much attention is sort of something I don't like. Is that, because of the spectacle of it less than the actual severity of the crime. Again, you could say stabbing somebody that many times is terrible, but it's not like she killed... Like, Darrell Brooks is different. Darrell Brooks killed a large number of people and ran over people in a parade. That case is extreme no matter how you slice it, right? That's a very, very extreme crime. This is a single person being killed, which, again... If she didn't stab him 27 times but still killed him, you wouldn't have heard about it. So that's all I'm criticizing. The Darrell Brooks thing is at least justified. And as much as I, find that funny to watch him defend himself, the reality is that it is a very sick and extreme crime that was committed. So it's not to diminish the victim's experience. And you sort of see him squirm, like, he's not so dumb that he thinks, subject matter jurisdiction and this and that. He's not that dumb. He's just doing it out of desperation. Like, what else am I supposed to do? Like a cornered animal, right? He's got nothing to lose, so... Family home evening. Sort of. I like that line. You were practicing Mormon. Yes, sort of. At least she's honest about that. I can't say I'm a full Mormon because... Like, just take away the M, and that's just sort of. Like, I'm not a practicing Mormon, I'm a practicing moron. Even though at times she doesn't seem that dumb, it's just like she let the emotions get the better of her and stuff like that at that time. This is how you're supposed to meet singles in the church environment. One is striking out. Bowling? You want to go bowling, Nico, like in GTA 4? Or you want to watch a movie? Michelle calls you on the phone? See, that's a good life philosophy too. Is like drive a few miles slower and you'll never get in an accident. But people are in such a hurry, zero sum, you know. Yeah, like at what point do you do some victim blaming here? Like Travis should have had better judgment in women not associated with her, which maybe you could say, oh, they broke up, but he clearly was into her for a period and whatever, was going around and around. And it's one of those willful deceptions when you talk about contrivance, like, oh, I love you, you're the only one for me. It's like you want to believe all this, but it's nonsense. Like, what is the criteria? It's just two horny animals humping because it feels good to inspire reproduction. Like, it's not a very novel process, but the undue emphasis is telling that it's required to but yeah, sometimes these prosecutors get too fluffed up. It's like the case is easy for them because, you know, the whole public and jury and everybody's on your side. The Casey Anthony case wasn't so easy, even though Jose Baez did a great job as a defense. That one wasn't as easy. Right, for the prosecution, it was difficult. Yeah, you don't hear anything out of this judge, which in some ways is good, but he could have hosted it at his house like you established. I mean, it takes two to trade the car, just like it takes two to be in this nutty relationship. Who did he say? Somebody assisting in the case? Something to do with the computer. Oh, Alice La Violette, okay. La Violette, the way he said it there. Just replay it then. The audio quality is pretty shit, I must say, in your courtroom. But if you didn't understand it, then how could you know that? But it seemed like you didn't need to call him, like you already had this set ahead of time. And Daryl Brooks and her meet in prison and they live happily ever after, but they're not even in the same general area. It could be, but it could also not be. Yeah, he's being nicer now. See, she's trying to give the answer of what it is about, but he won't let her. Some peeps. He could just be making that up. He's out with a girl. Just as a general practice, do they have events? You just say, I didn't pay attention to that. Think about it like from her family's perspective, though. She's just this quiet little mousy girl, and she maybe lied a little bit when she was younger, but she's not really the assertive type, right? She really was, it is like a repressed emotion moment. Like it's probably years of repressed emotion that she's built up for various things, that she took it all out on Travis. Like, look at her passive-aggressive, snarky demeanor here, too. It's like she thinks she's so smart, or she thinks she's... And in some ways, she is pretty smart, actually. Like, it was... Yeah, speaking... I'm complimenting her. It wasn't a pedestrian issue. It's not a pedestrian issue because it involves a car. Like, that was such a good punny kind of moment, and I'm sure it's intentional. She has a certain wordplay quality. I like all these signs for deers, as if, oh, the deers are only going to appear where those signs are, like, and not anywhere else. Oh no, it's 1 foot before the sign. The deer is not allowed there. I saw this like cringe moment compilation by Ninja, where he's doing like this thing about, like a courtroom thing that was actually pretty funny, but everybody's acting like it's so deadpan or it's so bad or cringe. Cringe is just another word for something you don't understand or something with an undue amount of passion. It's just kind of like in society itself. If you have too little passion, oh, that's bad. But if you have too much passion, oh, that's bad too. Like, oh, you're a nerd or you're this or you're that, right? if you're too smart, you're a nerd. If you're too physically gifted or something, you're a jock. Like, it's just like too much of something in a good way is bad. Too much of something in a bad way is bad. Like, there's nothing. So it shows you the half-mast state, right? If something is worth doing, then it's worth doing all the way. Otherwise, not at all. So what is this halfway standard of, oh, it's worth doing, but it's not fully worth doing. It's only... There's a great degree of uncertainty with it, right? You wouldn't be half-mast. If it's not worth doing, then don't do it at all. If it is worth doing, then do it fully. And so therefore... Yeah, this kind of shows you too the phone records in a crime, like how Twitter and Facebook are treated. Oh, it's misinformation, it's disinformation, incite violence, whatever. Like, the way that the law works isn't that, oh, he's inciting violence over the phone or something, planning crimes over the phone, a drug deal, meat, whatever. So we should disconnect his phone service. That's not what it is. It's they would just use the records and give it to the police and let them solve the crime. It's the same thing with Facebook and Twitter. They shouldn't remove your ability to speak on the platform, like akin to your ability to speak over the phone. The only argument is, oh, it reaches more people, but that's subjective too. You could theoretically use a phone to reach a lot of people if you really wanted to, or that it's like perpetually there. But again, I never buy into that, because it's like, what does it matter? Because you're... But you can't prove what they discuss, then, so she could fill in and try to be all creative. Because you were that close that you could just have it in as his name. Or I love that when she said, oh, he's like a brother now. In other words, like a simp. Like, oh, we were together, but it's totally not sexual anymore, and now we're like brother and sister. As if that wasn't the basis of how you met or knew each other or cared about each other to begin with. Right? As if that wasn't the original basis of it. Not like every second of the day you're communicating. she always tries to change the subject to like, oh, that was over cell phone, that was over, over text. Like, it doesn't matter about all that. You just try to change the topic. That sounds like such a mouthful, awkward term. Family, home, evening. The same date we've been talking about this whole time, but she wants to act all stupid about it now. The jury would be pissed at her just for the amount of time potentially that she's wasting. You just took a little nap. Did I ask you if you were very tired? So what, you fell asleep for 4 minutes? She's too lazy and asleep. No, he was upset, not her. That was a good correction, at least. But no, that was a good correction. I'll get it tomorrow, but it was actually just get it tomorrow. Did you use my phone without asking? And then she has like this history of sleuthing. Like she hits the backspace and finds something on the other guy's computer. one of the other boyfriends or something. Like, she's a snoop, but in a way that's kind of cool. Like, she's perceptive and she sneaks into their phones or on their computers and finds stuff and uses it against them or whatever. I kind of like that as a characterization, though, of her. No, we're just weird and we like to text each other even when we're in the other room. They're just mostly talking about the car. How can he say nothing? Does that mean he didn't say anything, or does that mean he said the word nothing? She genuinely doesn't seem to remember that, but you know, you never know with people like this. Okay, so here I'm going to look at something from the trial. Again, I guess this is the only thing I feel like watching for now, but the good thing is that I got to at least find parts that I haven't seen before, so it gets good around like part 20, because parts 1 through 20 seem to be more like just the defense witnesses, and frankly I don't even see too much cross in there. So let me try to find there's so many of these like long parts, but then sometimes it's mixed in like a 14-minute one, so I don't know how to assess that. Like, and of course I can't control the orientation of this at all either. That's one of my biggest consistent gripes. Yeah, this has been pretty fun. The one channel I don't like is that JCS, because he'll just go into like very banal things and show too much of the thing, like he's just stealing it, and just make a few comments. And so I kind of don't like the way that is actually portrayed, but yeah, the goal here is just don't watch the same part too many times over and over, and I won't even necessarily remember, or it'll still be entertaining. But I should always do this before I start driving. Day 13, this isn't going to be it. Oh, fuck me. It's always hard to navigate this whole driving, or I don't want to do it, and the phone does have this troll tendency where it wants to always be in the wrong orientation. Like, it can't tell. It can't tell based on the positioning where you want it to be, and that to me is truly amazing. Alright, I'll just pull over if I have to. I don't know what the fuck this is. It's like, it is almost designed in a way like it wants you to get in a fucking crash. Is it wants to be as difficult as possible to fucking do this shit. Or like deliberately on purpose, just absolutely make it as difficult as possible. Oh my god. But like watching her interviews beforehand and stuff, it's sort of something people find fascinating with respect to the 190 videos. This will be kind of the same thing. If you want to go to around part Jodi on the stand, but most of this is her just telling her story. So we'd be around like part 21 or something. And the way that you could tell that is that's when it really starts getting interesting. So, where she's getting across. So I've probably seen this, but I'll still do it anyway. And it's not even working. Oh man. What the fuck? Now the audio's not working despite my thing being connected. That's alright. I can probably memorize line by line what they're saying anyway. Or again, they let Juan sort of be too argumentative all the time with always asking, did I ask you that? Did I ask you that? Like, that's more so up to the judge to just admonish you. But she can be really cheeky. Okay, so we're at Jodi Arias trial, day 21, part 2, at 14 minutes on the nose, and we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Not the breaking and entering, just the reading the journal, like whether she would report it as a crime. But if they had to go in there to steal it, then it would have been adequately right. Like, it's not the fact of them reading the journal, it's the fact of them breaking in that I'd be concerned about, which is a fair point. Braids are hot, like when she's trying to role play as a schoolgirl for him. Or I'm just playing into it, cute versus hot. It turns into like one of these Barbie, romance life down along the line sort of things, analysis of the case. Like all her relationships, you might think, oh, it doesn't matter. And to an extent, it doesn't matter. Like, no matter what they say, like, oh, Travis was abusive, or, oh, whatever. It doesn't really change the crime, but it gives you sort of sentencing considerations and stuff, like whether she should get the death penalty or whatever, how sympathetic a figure Travis is and stuff. So we go from like Hell's Kitchen stuff to this. That was pretty fun, but I mean, I don't know. I'm not even saying it's fake, but it's just, it wasn't quite as good as I thought. But then again, I watched the whole season in a short period of time. So on approach where you're still letting the ship play. Sometimes Juan will just go into it on his own. I mean, again, even the judge is female, so you'll say, oh, she felt intimidated or whatever, but... And all these approaches being left in here is a little bit annoying, but I can appreciate still the effort and length that went to preserve this. Basically the whole thing is up here. I almost want to see that one. It's like... it was somebody other than JCS, but it was like XQC reacts to this, this girl who was killed like in New Mexico, like a Mennonite or something, and the guy's analyzing it in even more extreme way than JC has, like, oh, look at them, he's rocking his leg, that means he's nervous, or that's a sign of guilt, or, it's the same sort of thing I make fun of. Like, anything you do, oh, you itch your nose, that's a sign of guilt. Couldn't it just be that my nose is fucking itchy? Like, all these things you might normally do, you're defining basic human idiosyncrasies in communication as, you're projecting something into it and acting like that's relevant. Right? Sometimes someone is just doing something just because they're doing it, not because there's actually some special reason behind it. But yeah, Detective Flores is sitting there the whole fucking trial. As Daryl Brooks would say, who is this guy sitting there? We need to know. Nobody knows who he is. Like, he's asking about somebody. I love the braids, they're hot. So you could just say I'm playing into it because he liked it. I'm a people pleaser, as they say. Learn the simple concept of the dependent overextended pretense, you dumb bitch. So it's like a whole role play that you're doing. You don't have to enjoy it. Like, what's enjoyable is maybe the willingness to try it in the first place and things along those lines. However, it doesn't mean that it's, you could say I want to try to get whipped or something, but it doesn't mean that right, like when he says about the fruitful imagination, that's a pretty good way to talk around it. Like, it was enjoyable to try something new with somebody that you care about, but I didn't necessarily like the exact role play that we did, because how was I supposed to know until we tried it? So I didn't necessarily enjoy that. At what time, though? Like, in this one scenario? Okay. And that was his last mistake. Famous last words. Your braids are hot, Jodi. I mean, he was into her at one point, but that doesn't. But you're talking to him as you're saying it. He's the one who's saying it, though, that he likes the braids. So then she offers up. I could pass that off as like, oh, you're just doing it for his benefit. Right, just because he enjoys it, you're... And again, you might question, why the fuck is this relevant? My voice talking to Travis. Only in response to him saying he loves them, so I was doing it for him. Sometimes it makes the prosecution look bad, though, too, that you're pressing this point so hard. Like, who really cares about this? But the fact that she's so peevish and resistant to it as well could be difficult. Like, she'll try to be peevish and resist a point that's not even relevant and doesn't even hurt her, just to be argumentative. But then he'll keep pressing the point too. So many of these things could be solved by simple awareness of, all this undue emphasis. I'm not asking if you would ever. Isn't that like a game? Would you ever? Would you rather? Something like that. My own inhibitions are the law of attraction. He was kind of stumbling over his words there a lot. My inhibited free will. Look at her helping him ask the question. You could say that, like, I didn't write every single thing that ever happened. It is weird though, like, nothing noteworthy happened. Just in case it would be found, you would do that, but like, who are you trying to fool with that? But that is kind of what it says, that nothing noteworthy happened. If it did, you would have wrote it. Like, this is somewhat believable, but not professional. My friend's a nurse. See, she just says that, but like, not professional medical care, so then what did you get? You just did it yourself. She's sustained, but she answers anyway. Like, what the fuck? My faith or my his techniques. Flores, no. I like how she says that. That makes him sound so small. Flores, no. Him, that little Flores guy. He's such an afterthought. I like her she has a certain quality that I like. Even if it's like snarky. Like, picture her as somebody who didn't commit murder and stab a guy 27 times. There's something sort of intelligent and sort of interesting about her. But it's just a shame that you had to waste it like that. And it's like this repression issue that, like, she's like one of these mousy, quiet types who had a lot of pent-up anger for a lot of things in life. It's not even really about Travis, but she's taking it out on Travis. And I like how he said, you called him and you told him. You called him and you told him. Or like he mocks the finger too. This finger's been through a lot of action, hasn't it? I'm not asking if you wouldn't have. So how convenient is it, even if it is true? Like, he does a lot of narrating too. Like, he's making a lot of claims and speaking. You got to ask a question quicker. Makes her seem all noble, like, oh, she's trying to protect his secret or something. That's quite the extrapolation, because he says one thing on the recording about a 12-year-old girl orgasming. Now you turn it into, you turn it into this. So, I mean, hey, don't say that shit unless you want it to come back to bite you. Right, like if you didn't say that on the recording, you'd have nothing really to go on. You don't really have to answer yes or no, like, to that extent. I just keep saying the same thing over. It's important to me today. Basically the same answer. That's sustained though. I waited years, meaning that's what I observe as a reflection of objective reality. But there's no child involved. He's just... It is a very awkward thing to talk about, to be fair. Let's say it was true. What are you supposed to do? You could say out of respect and love for him, but now when my life is on the line... It was like, oh, when my life's on the line, I'm willing to admit this thing that I was covering up for him the whole time. maybe not heightened towards time. Yeah, but you wouldn't be paying attention to mundane things such as time and place. Yeah, she did just say I was upset, not angry. That sort of was answered, though my mind doesn't work like that, which obviously means no. I would just say in some ways it's heightened, in some ways it's not. In some ways I'm trying to block it out and think of something else. That's a good, but you have forgotten the time. You haven't forgotten the time because you never knew it in the first place. Look how mad he gets, though. He's got high blood pressure, temperature. Like, his whole tone is argumentative. I mean, she would have known on that day. That would be surprising if you work somewhere. You should at least know when they open. On that day, what was... I like that. The way he says some of these lines is cordial. I understand it may depend on that. That was kind of like said very nicely. Could just say it was a random day at the time, so I didn't commit any of this to memory. I was hungover from last night. I wasn't paying attention to this. I don't care. See, look how much statement making he's doing. The talking nature of this. That's a compound question. Is it a recent vintage? What is he talking about? Fucking wine vintage? He gets all flabbergasted at how long far back does it go? And then he's all, you told me you were going to tell me, so tell me, please. That's like practically begging. This is kind of cheeky. Right, oh, I forgot what we were just talking about. Memory issues. She mostly said she's having them since the murder. My whole life I've had an off and on memory. Depends on the type, now she says. Argumentative. I like Nurmi. Nurmi's way he says it is so deadpan. No, Nurmi deserves a medal for this. Like, he didn't want to be on the case. He tried to ask off of it. He did the best he could. Like, what do you want him to do, man? He's not a bad guy. Wilmot at least is a bit more aggressively into this. Or here we go. Now it becomes... And Alice Laviolette says the same thing, too. It wouldn't bother me at all. I almost want to do this. I want to be in a court setting just to show you my absolutist tendencies. A certain decibel of the voice. I mean, this is pretty iconic, but it's also fully argumentative, every fucking line. And she smiles here. She thinks she's so smart and smirky. I don't know if Nurmi objects because she smirks or just in general. Right, to stop the jury from seeing that or whatever, but it feels like she's so smart about that. Decibel, tone, content. But to be fair, the whole line of questioning is kind of dumb, too. But now we have to sit through this exhaustively, which it might actually show the whole thing, too, for what it's worth. I don't like this sort of late time driving, too, that I've been doing lately. Normally, I wouldn't do it this late. She did already say that, Judge. See, even why not is kind of like a badgering thing. You can't just ask, they say they don't know, but then why not? It's not really your right to ask why not. You have to ask something more probative with actual value to it. See, like, I would create, a court of objectivity where it's not about these arbitrary legal things, it's about objective, logical standard. She made it sound like longer than 20 minutes, though. Yeah, that's what's dumb about, like, those reactions. XTC will sit there eating food, and then he'll say one word, like, once in a while, between moments. Like, how is he... And he's showing the whole video. So, like, you're stealing somebody's content. Just because he's such a big channel doesn't mean he can just get away with that. I've seen this part like 100 times though. I like my little fetishy jokes though that I make, like whenever psychology comes up. She does have kind of like a whispery quality. The second least crazy, the second craziest ASMRist in a court room legal setting. Number one being Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, or even though she's a loudmouth, she can sometimes be that whispery ASMR type too. Or I'm just a degenerate bitch who uses my phone at work. She never said it was that day, though. But this wouldn't be that hard to explain. Like a few days before we talked and let me know that... Because the stuff you can't prove that, like, she wasn't there on a particular day. I guess you could, though, because you could have, like, a friend or somebody say, oh, no, he was with me. Look how quickly she said that number, too. Sometimes I use that to call him. I had a landline in my other houses, which I didn't have at the time. She keeps doing these irrelevant things. Pray tell. I'm going to have every line in this fucking trial memorized. Let me skip ahead here. It's got to be... I keep watching the beginning of some of these. Okay. Jodi Arias trial, day 21, part 3. In 3, 2, 1. Nowhere in your something. Starting from the beginning, I guess. No, I would have liked to have tried that as a format too. I tried to play a game that you could play only with voice, like a choice-based game. You could play Heavy Rain like that, or minus the QTEs. Anything that's just like sort of story, dialogue choice, no time limit. Just or you could do actual debates with people. But no, the whole beauty of this is just how freeform it is. And I'm satisfied that I got a lot of my takes out, at least, my old school terms and takes and stuff. It's not the way I would have wanted to present them, but it's more just a matter of preserving them. Because there is great value in them. Right, just as terms and structure and a format. One of those could be me using somebody else's phone, though, to call him. How about that? This is more like a conversation back and forth than a question. It's like she doesn't fully grasp the severity of what she's done. Like, she does have some disassociative thing. Or yeah, people were making fun of this, like, oh, she's snooping through who he's talking to sort of see, like, oh, she's even still jealous now. I don't know if that's entirely, like, she's curious. Like, Juan had to come and rip it away from her because she was so enraptured with seeing who else he was talking to. That's what happens when you try to specify the stimuli acme. That's what happens when you try to practice half-mass hedonism. That's what happens when you worship this, stimuli acme preserved state in the modern era of human society. This is what you get, dude. See, like that's what stalkerish behavior comes from. You're posing as a false absolute, and that is what is glorified by society and encouraged as in, love or whatever you want to call it, to try to rationalize. Like, you always got to ask that qui bono, like, what is more likely? Is it more likely that God exists and, oh my goodness, all these myths about him are true and all this dogma? Or is it just that that's what people want to believe, it's comforting, it's convenient, it's an absolute, right? Or is it that, that it's actually true? That's the same thing with love. Is it that that's a functional contrivance basis to try to specify the stimuli acme, specify sex, basically, and be with one person only, and easier for family system, easier for society to control and specify, etc.? Or is it that you're able to basically say that, oh no, it's real, it's absolute, out of 8 billion people in the world, there's only one for you, and they happen to live in your geographic location, nearness postulate, and oh my goodness, they happen to share your interests as provided by, whatever, social contrivance media, and they're so similar age and similar everything, happen to speak the same language, all these kind of things, like, of course. And even if you break up, oh, that was love, but it wasn't love, but it's not meant to be, and then you'll find, like, you pose an absolute, even though you know it's not absolute in practice, right? So that's where it becomes a half-mass contrivance state. It has to be absolute for you to rationalize and bypass the cognitive dissonance of specifying it, like, well, why should I be with just one person, or whatever the inherent tendency is, right? But instead of that, you have a desire to basically, how can you say that I don't know, how can you say that it's an absolute is the question, right? It's not a question of whether you should practice it, but you place all this undue emphasis that's sort of non-accountable and closed structure contrivance, and you're trying to almost convince or deceive yourself, and you're trying to act like you're above the stimuli acme, but you're actually controlled by it because you're obsessing over it and specifying it, and it's such a willful form of ignorance that you can see the functional basis of it, but you try to fool yourself and act like, oh no, it's not just society trying to make it easier to control this tendency, it's the fact that this is actually what you want, or this is actually an absolute, and so that's like the natural way of doing it. Again, if you want to make a functional argument, you can, but that would not be the same as this sort of supposed absolute that we're looking at here. Okay, so today I'll watch yet another part of this, but I'm trying to find parts that maybe I haven't seen before, or at least not recently. And so, Jodi Arias trial again. So this is Jodi Arias trial day 44, part 2, in 3, 2, 1. Continuing cross-examination. Didn't believe that it's stalking. I mean, two can be true at once. You could be being stalked, but you could be into it, right? Like the way Jodi says, oh, he was guilting me, but I enjoyed it. So like Travis was thinking like, oh, she's stalking me, but I enjoy it. I'm sort of flattered that she would stalk me. This is a bit of a compound question. There's too many things. So in other words, something can happen even if you don't tell anybody about it. So he could be being stalked without saying anything. So it wasn't a deal breaker. It's just a fetish though too. That's different. Well, that's how people would justify it, right? Fetish, oh, it's just a fetish. But like to have a fantasy of like, oh, dress up like a schoolgirl and talk like a little girl, it doesn't mean that you're actually into little girls. It means that's a fantasy that you have, but it can still be with a consensual adult partner. So it's the same thing like, oh, you like to be whipped, but it doesn't mean you actually like to be a slave in real life. It just means you like the fantasy of it, or you like to whip them. That doesn't mean you're a hateful, aggressive, violent person who likes to whip people, right? Those are two different things where So stalking isn't a deal breaker for Alexander, and pedophilia isn't a deal breaker for Jodi. They're a match made in heaven. The Cancun thing was one of the final straws. That's sort of sustained. Give us exactly when we're talking about. Is that when she sneakily went into his phone? You believe the pedophilia despite no record. That's actually a fair point. But that is compound. That's hella compound. You believe him It was about pedophilia, though. So it's like, his point is that she believes that Jodi, like, there's no indication that Alexander was being stalked, but you don't believe that the allegation that he was being stalked. But there's no proof that Alexander was a pedophile, but you believe that he was a pedophile. So there's no strong evidence in either case. But then why did he keep talking to her if he's extremely afraid? That is sort of mischaracterizing, though, because she's not the perpetrator. That sounded like a big sigh, but I don't know what it was. Like the court reporter is sighing, or somebody with the camera is sighing. And yeah, like, what news station gets credit for this broadcast? Right, like whoever is the cameraman. I remember one of the judges got upset at the cameraman for, like, doing it at a time where he wasn't supposed to, or they were threatening to take it out. I don't know, like, I'm just watching this on a whim, but we can obviously segue into some of the other things I talked about. I just haven't felt like it the last couple of days, or this is pretty enjoyable, but I just get kind of stuck on one thing. And the problem is these moments of silence and sidebars and stuff. Like, don't you get tired of crying, with all due respect? The sister's crying. It's day 44. Every time we pan over to her, she's going to be crying. There's going to be 60 days nonstop of crying. Like, what do you want? I get it, but what makes you cry at this exact moment? Oh my goodness, they're asking about this. I mean, I guess it is the pedophilia thing. But, like, what if that was true? That still doesn't change anything. That's more like a way to garner sympathy in the eyes of the jury or something. But, oh, so you stabbed him 27 times and he was a pedophile, so you still stabbed him 27 times. Like, doesn't change what you did. It doesn't make it better. It doesn't justify it, right? Even if you had a criminal record and history of pedophilia, you still don't get to stab somebody and murder them, right? So quite frankly, it's irrelevant, even if that was true. So that would be more like the objective way to look at it. Like, just doesn't matter. But obviously, there's not much evidence to indicate it, and it's a case where she's admitting what she did, right? At a certain point, she says, "I did it," which arguably I would almost never do that if I was. I don't care how much evidence you have. I'm never going to admit that I did it. I'll go to jail still saying I didn't do it, because you can't prove it 100%. You weren't there. Like, you don't have camera footage of me doing it. So no matter what, This is a little bit improper because this judge is fucking asleep, man. He is being sort of vague. This is Bill Arias, her dad. Now he's trying to establish that she has family of origin issues such that you would justify that she's the stalker or the abuser. That was pretty well succinctly delivered, actually. If yelling and screaming is abuse, then that is everybody everywhere. What all this shows you, just in general in society, is that most people shouldn't have kids because they're clowns. But the stimuli acme is indeed preserved in this era, as I always have to remind people. You know, people who don't value life will have kids without any regard. If you truly valued it, you wouldn't even do that at all. Or this becomes a big issue, whether it's the computer. She sounds pretty genuine about that, though. She assumed it was a computer, but it was actually just photos. You could just say that's not. She didn't specify the computer. Watching it or looking at an image. He was on the computer printing out images. She already admitted that that's what she told him. Because this is relevant because you can't... they looked at the computer and there was no evidence of this on there. That's her issue. She sort of sometimes jumps to conclusions and says too much when she doesn't need to. Like on some other issue, she said, I'm not sure. I testified for one or two people, men, in a criminal case. You could just say, I don't know, and I have to refer to my notes. That wasn't really testimony, though. That was an interview. getting defensive. It's actually possible to make a mistake. Just like all her defense witnesses kind of do. I don't know if that Gaffner guy really does. I don't know when that happens. I gotta find that. Or I would just say I get paid for everything I do. That's the point. So it doesn't make me biased. What were the other several points? She makes a lot of assumptions or leaps or something. It's not really that relevant what he saw it on, though, whether it's images. Or sometimes he'll take a question that was struck down and sort of use it as the building block for the next question, even if it was struck down. You would think you'd be smart enough not to put it in the journal, because then that's criminal behavior that you're recording. So maybe, of course I would leave out criminal acts from my journal, because then it could be used as proof against me. And the joke's on you. Like, what are the chances you'll get caught for that? Meanwhile, you're reading the journal in court. So that kind of validates that, yes, if it was found, look at what's happening now. So now I'd be an accessory to pedophilia that I looked the other way and didn't. But oh no, the law of attraction means that she wouldn't have written it. Argumentative already. Would that be more argumentative if you asked it to her? It would have been to Alexander's benefit. It doesn't say that there's not pictures there. You could just leave that part out. There's nothing about a journal that says it has to contain 100% of everything that happened. The sex tape, the 12-year-old girl. I have Alexander's word, too. It almost makes it seem like Juan is sidestepping that. Like, okay, there was domestic violence, but I'm going to try to defend him on the pedophilia allegation. Yeah, imagine if you're like the sister's boyfriend and you're here with her or something, like, oh, you'll get some real brownie points for this. Yeah, just like you don't need to be a gun expert to know that he was shot or whatever. What's ultimately said is that he was shot after he already died because of how the blood pools and stuff, so... Yeah, how's this for a fetish? Like, you have a hitchhiker fetish. I always picture this hot girl, like, just hypothetically, hot girl, you know, like what is that, Maggie something in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, this hot hitchhiker who's like, and then he uses that as a foot fetish scene too, like, oh, she puts her feet up on the glass, on the windshield, like, oh, she uses her charm to get a ride, and whatever, like that's a great scenario. She says this so many times, and she does like that sort of air accordion like. That is sort of clever in a way. You take the 12-year-old orgasm comment and turn that into, oh, it's pedophilia. He's run on answer. Are you finished? That would always show you that he's into that kind of thing. Now here comes a Cameron Diaz moment. I mean, that's highly irrelevant. Do you know who Cameron Diaz is? Isn't that... I mean, I don't know if Travis himself mentions that. He must mention that. It wouldn't be enough just to say that, oh, that's what it is from. I mean, imagine taking these questions seriously. Yeah, it would have made more sense with little girls with the 12-year-old allegation. you are treating the journal like gospel, though, assuming you'd write everything in there. Isn't that like sort of an uncomfortable topic? Although I am a big proponent of that. Like if you make a police report, even if you think people won't believe you or something, and that's a very weak standard, though. Most women don't report, but they should. Right, like with all this Bill Cosby type stuff. But this part you can't really deny. There was still contact. That part is sort of irrelevant, though. Like to justify that. Like, if she was being abused, why would she continue to talk to him? Victim blaming, but kind of true. And the other side is, if he was being stalked, why would he talk to her? So it could still be happening. Right, like, that's a good way to look at it. You're saying that she wasn't stalking him because he kept talking to her, but he would say back, like, well, if he was abusing her, why would she keep talking to him? Right, it's a consistent standard. So in that 1 second he was upset and he said that, but no, that one point is very good. At first I didn't get what he was saying because I thought he meant it about pedophilia, but she made it about domestic violence. Like, okay, like, you know, Jodi is stalking Travis, but then she comes back and says, well, if Jodi was stalking Travis and Travis was afraid of her, why did Travis continue to talk to Jodi? But then the abuse, Travis is abusing Jodi, but then Jodi continues to talk to Travis. So if Travis was abusing Jodi, then why would Jodi continue to talk to him? Right? It's the same sort of standard. Oh, so it's his fault now. Maybe he's into that, though. How would you know? You know, you like to be degraded or something. Right, because even in that way, he's like able to, I don't know, he's like looking at it that, I don't know, like that's part of the fetish role play. Like there's a way to get out of major crimes like that too. Oh, that was just part of an elaborate role play where we talk shit to each other all the time. So it wasn't actually that it's abusive, it's just that, you know, we like to degrade each other openly and act like it's real because the more real it is, the more we enjoy it. And stuff like that. right, with respect to, well, if we just role played in a role play sense, it wouldn't be fun. What makes it fun is the fact that well, we got to make it really intense and really believable and really get into character and never come out of character. And even in text messages, even when it seems like we're having a fight, right, we channel that and we make sure it's as authentic as possible, so you wouldn't know the difference whether you're able to really value that or not, basically. So even though it seemed like, oh, we're being abusive, or even though it seems like something else, we're actually 100%, it's just a role play. It's part of a very committed act, and you could really make it difficult to disprove that. All you would need is like one conversation where we sort of go into that, even if we're saying it jokingly, like, oh, we got, to make it really enjoyable, this role play, we got to really get into character. We got to really, how could you prove that's not the case? Or we have like a certain safe word or a trigger word that means we're going to start some hardcore role play, and it would be like some very innocuous basic word, and so now you can't disprove that anytime that word comes up, that's what we're doing. Because that domination-submission dynamic is a big part of most fetishes, like sort of submitting to the stimuli acme in one way or the other, having power over somebody, or being sort of in a submissive position to somebody. So it's basically the idea that you have the ability to basically do it in such a way that you're going back to a more uninhibited state. So that's really all it is like you're inhibited all day, every day in that basic element of just whatever sexual desires you have, even just the basic level. So really the fetish is nothing more than an overcompensation for the inhibition you feel all the time, every day, right? You're always being restrained, so now you finally aren't restrained, so you kind of act out in a more extreme way. So that's all you're associating it with. That's the sad part. You think, oh, this is like, look, in this consensual setup, one person's gonna be dominant, one person's gonna be submissive, but that's kind of only a reaction to the restraint that you feel every day in real life. So even the submissive in that situation is taking a certain freedom in that, because you're not able to engage in those things freely, right? So you're restrained so much that both people associate that with freedom of your process. Torturing pets. I love that as a standard. Like, do you like to torture small animals? The Dr. Phil quote that you always hear in like prank calls. You could use that as a duality standard. Oh, the reason why this person doesn't go out and kill people is because he gets out his aggression on torturing small animals. So in other words, that's better. That's a good thing, because it's a way to get out that repressed emotion. Otherwise, if he didn't do that, then he would take it out on people. So it's a good thing. Instead of looking at it as an indication that, well, it indicates that you'd be willing to kill people or do it to people, and that you're sadistic or whatever, that you're able to do it to small animals, right? Torture small animals. So you can look at it either a sign that you are crazy or you do something like that, or an outlet to prevent you from doing that. Like same thing with violent video games or something. Oh, it's an outlet, so you say, oh, that's why he did something bad in real life, or that's why he doesn't do anything bad in real life, because it's an outlet for that. I mean, based on the standard of just having arguments and saying mean stuff to each other, anybody could be psychological abusive. Like, it's very broad. The recesses are always so abrupt. Like, is it true that you killed the defendant, that you killed the victim and stabbed him brutally with a knife? Yes. Okay, time for lunch. That sure stoked my appetite. Like, that happened in the Casey Anthony trial a couple times, like, where we're asking such extreme questions. Did you kill Kaylee Anthony? Did you have the duct tape and the knife and the thing and, like, whatever? And it's like, no, I did not. And they're really mad, and it's, like, tense. And, oh, we need to have lunch. We got special reservations. Jose Baez is a suave kind of dude, though. I really respect him. You might say, oh, he did something bad by doing that, but, like, you got to realize these people take it as a challenge. Like, you think this case is tough, like, you can hang your hat on that because I don't mind it. And the other point is, there are a couple of good moments like that. It'll be some very tense moment, and it'll be like, okay, let's take lunch now. In the middle, that's a good bit. The moments of recess that could be so high octane, and the kind of shit that just sort of writes itself. So I'm sure I've seen some parts of this. I'm totally losing track of that. Day 44. I want to find the Richard Gaffner part. I have no idea when that cross-examination happened. It must be short, because I always see parts from these two doctors or whatever, so they're not even technically doctors in some cases, but like the one guy who knows hypnosis, which, to be fair, that's totally unfair to bring up because that has nothing to do with the case, right? It wasn't used here, so just because you've done it in the past, you're trying to plant the seeds of doubt in the jury, like, oh, well, this guy's like a quack doctor or whatever. And he's kind of bragging about it too. Like, these people do it sometimes for an ego thing, right? You could say they're doing it for the money, but they make money in a variety of different ways when you have these kind of qualifications, right? You don't need to do this to make money or in such a high profile case. You're doing it to try to write a book about it later, which, to be fair, Juan Martinez himself does, right? So I kind of don't respect that, right? Like, a lot... even regardless of what side of the case you're on, right, whether you're the defense or the prosecution, you're going to write a book about it and all this kind of shit, right, because everybody's going to be interested and it makes you a celebrity. I kind of don't like that as a standard. That makes you look bad no matter who you are, and there is sort of an ethical obligation not to do that or not to have that incentive. I guess once you're retired, you can do it, but not the way, I don't know. Because that's the whole appeal of taking the case. And, the one person who almost deserves to do that is Kirk Nurmi, because he wanted off the case and he was forced to do it. So it's like, you know what I mean? So he almost would feel spiteful or entitled. Like, fucking disbar me then. I didn't even want to do the case. I had to deal with all this bullshit and look like, oh, I'm the bad guy, even though I'm just doing the best job I can for my client, which... it's a good standard. If you're on a case, you should try to do the best job you can. And if you're not, then you're not. There shouldn't be an in-between, like, oh, well, I'm on the case, but my heart's not really in it. Or, you know what I mean? Like, so you should feel like, very, do the best you can. So, again, if the defendant is saying that all these allegations happen, what are you supposed to do? You can't just disagree and say, oh, no, let's not do that. Let's just ignore it. Right? Like, oh, it makes you bad for pushing the pedophilia thing. It's like, if you didn't do it, then she could just defend herself, like Darrell Brooks style, and do it that way or something. I have to respect at least the willingness to do that, even if it seems dumb. Like Darrell Brooks defending himself. I couldn't picture Jodi doing that because she is kind of more low-key and stuff. The difference is she testifies, whereas he doesn't testify. And yeah, I always wonder about that. Another comical court moment. Like, what if you do it in such a way that you're cross-examining yourself? I don't really get that. And to be fair, there should be a clause like that. You can have assistance of counsel, even if they won't be happy to do that. Have like a paralegal or some shit, just advising you on the law. But even if you're defending yourself, like they might not enjoy it, but they don't enjoy defending them in the first place either. You have to understand how hard it is for some of these defense attorneys. That's very unfair to you. Like, the perception, oh, you're a bad person because you defended. That's not right. First of all, they're being forced to do it because they're state appointed, right? So I can't blame them for trying to make the most of it and taking it seriously. They're not supposed to just roll over and just let the case be over. I'd rather you put forth effort and try. And if they really are guilty, then let that speak for itself. Right? This is the implication I don't like. It's not up to the defense attorney to decide that their own client is guilty, and like the public would do, and just to give up and say, oh, well, I guess we're just going to not do anything and sit on our hands the whole trial and just hold back. No, do the best job you possibly can. And if the prosecution does the best job they can, and if the truth is on their side, then you shouldn't need to hold back. You don't have to go all Manfred von Karma style and try to fucking forge evidence or something, but it's the reality that let me maybe search here in a minute. I want to find the Richard Gaffner part, because that I feel like I haven't seen at all, or at least not anytime recently, aside from that one clip where it's like a highlight of him. Did you go to the Alice Laviolette school? And then I did see where he uses that line again. I feel like maybe it was in the closing argument where he says, and they can't object there, I guess, like something Alice Laviolette School of Thought or something. Right, because they'll keep saying in the closing argument that, oh, that's not evidence or whatever. And so it's like, it doesn't really, you can kind of almost say whatever you want unless it's, in fact, you could say subject matter jurisdiction there. Right, that part you could raise, like Darrell Brooks. You can't raise the jury nullification, though. Okay, so let's make this submission now. Let's find that part. It must be after this, I guess, or it could be earlier. Like, we've seen days 30 through 40-ish range quite a bit, or even days 20 to like 30 is more so about Jodi herself. Let me see. Sometimes it'll have it in the name of the thing, but maybe that's a different series of videos. Like, it'll have, like, Shrink Attack or some weird names like this. Jodi Arias, Gaffner, testimony. But no, I don't think he was as bad as the other two. Alice Laviolette, day 54. Maybe there is, like, somehow no video of this because I've never really seen it. Or no, it is. No, I mean, how would you see the highlight without that? So day 54, part 2, I guess it does show it as being, let's see when the cross-examination starts. Part 1 would obviously be Wilmot. It's like establishing his credentials and stuff. So part 54, part 1 and 2 are just Wilmot. 54, part 3 is also Wilmot. But sometimes they go back and forth. It should be somewhere around here that Juan comes out. Usually when they give the longer answers, it must be... I want to see exactly when it starts, but I can't find it. Not that the regular testimony can't be good, but this is typically more enjoyable. Okay, here we go. So it's 52-42 in Jodi Arias trial day 54, part 3 at 52-42. Starting in a second here. Let me put it back on the thing. That wasn't too hard to find. So yeah, as I thought, it was towards the end because I've seen the early parts of it so many times, and it allows you to basically, I would have probably seen it since I've seen the beginning part so many times. Right, so we're starting in from 52-42. Day 54, part 3, and 3, 2, 1. Right when the cross is about to start. Doesn't even let Wilmot step down before he says something. So not licensed in Arizona. You can go through all 50 states. Well, you can go through every single case you've ever done. He's not denying it. He's being very nonchalant about it. We all have judges who are not, who don't like you. I was even saying this guy's not as bad, but he starts off already attacking his credibility. That's the whole conflict of interest, like who you're hired by. I like his tone, though. See, he's nice about it. Alice is kind of bitchy and passive-aggressive. The other doctor is okay, actually, with how he delivers it. But you got to take it with a grain of salt because the prosecution witnesses also have their own bias. Potentially, like they want to, there's a reason why they're chosen. But maybe the testimony happened elsewhere. He did ask that, though. Juan did ask first, when did you testify? 2010. Well, why did you keep getting invited then to court? I'd like to hear more about what he exactly said, though. I almost want to see those cases now. Lacking credibility doesn't mean you're making things up. Bro woke up and chose violence with this guy, though. Like, he's not even started fucking saying anything. He goes straight to attack his credibility before you even ask about the case. This is a bit unusual. Like, you just start off with this. There could be other reasons why you exclude it. Part, but he didn't ask part. You could say, like, this is the best the defense could have found. Bottom of the barrel, but... Did you go to the Alice Laviolette school? But you could write a book after it, like you want. That makes him look good, at least. Because normally they'd hold that against you, like, oh, you're getting paid, so that means you're biased. But now you're not getting paid, but you're still biased. It's like you could try to hire 100 different experts, and only the ones who have the opinion you want you'll hire. So it's not really their fault. That was a good comeback. Unless you want to keep guessing, I can tell you. So he criticized Janina Marte, and he's in the alias Laviolette school. I don't know, I kind of don't dislike him on the same level as the other two. This is all just meant to go to his credibility. Like, you're not even talking about the case. Folding profile, anxious personality disorder. You already have it, so why would you have to mark his? There could be a conflict of interest with that. Just having two witnesses who kind of know each other and work together. Right, that in itself can be weird. But then again, if you could say the same thing about the police, like, well, two police officers testify, so they... Look at him playing around with his fucking water jug there. He's still interrupting, like, the objection. He does do that a lot. It's one thing to say over-responsive, but... He'll just steal their shit, though, because he just gave him his own exhibit. You got to look at everything objectively in terms of, like, one thing. Like, you know, Janine DeMarte could be wrong about a particular thing. It doesn't have to be an absolute. He got kind of mad there. This, could you tell me what this is? This might be the moment where he even says to Alice Laviolette School. I didn't remember that part, though, that he worked with Alice Laviolette. So it makes more sense that you say Alice Laviolette School there, actually. That might actually make it less argumentative. It makes me make it sort of relevant. I thought he was just saying that as a general statement. Yeah, this judge is very approachable, somebody said in the comments. I kind of like the way she handles that. That she doesn't allow a lot of talking outside of the sidebar, but... his demeanor is a nice guy, though. This seems like a nice guy. Alice is kind of annoying. The other guy is in the middle, but this guy's actually genuine. I like him as just on a basic level. Because they're both F scales. See, he's being all nice. I don't want to interrupt you, even though you keep interrupting me. This is like the same... Just call it the cui bono effect. And it's called secondary gain because the primary gain would just be assumed, like you're just doing it for the sake of doing it. So secondary gain means like an ulterior motive. So like Alice Laviolette might have some bias towards women, so that's her secondary gain, that she wants to prove that women are never do anything wrong and that the abuse was by the man. Looks like 2, the F's, right? You gotta realize all this stuff is ultimately arbitrary. And you shouldn't have to read it from there, is the point. You would know it automatically off the top of your head. But that was a bit of a stunt. He deliberately cut that off. If it wasn't for this guy's battered past, being called ridiculed in court, I actually don't mind him that much. Playable teaser, the excellent horror game where you keep going through the same room over and over. That was actually such a cool concept. The way they're saying it. Frenia, not frenia. often what you call somebody who questions the fabric of society, who might see it as objectively adverse. None of these things matter in a objective sense. Like, okay, what about either you commit a crime or you don't? None of this shit matters. But you could have been lying in the responses and tried to cheat the... But she said 10-minute break, then she said it's 3:05, come back at 3:10. I thought you said 3:15. Defendant. I never get tired of hearing that. And that is kind of a badass line too. Not personally, as if to assume that I would know all these people personally. I'm literally Sigmund Freud over here. Sigmund Freud and Charles Darwin are people who get very mislabeled. Like, people try to attack them personally now to try to discredit some of their thought processes, which is totally improper. You can try to rebut the ideas that they have. I'm not saying they're exactly right about everything, but it's separate from the self. That'd be like saying, I'm going to personally attack the scientist and his idiosyncrasies, or whatever, this philosopher. That discredits that thought process, but it doesn't. Right? You can have your own flaws and idiosyncrasies, but it doesn't mean that they can't have a point with what they're doing. This is at least a little fresh because he doesn't like when Alice looks at the defense. He doesn't like when he looks down. Like, just double checking my notes to make sure I give as accurate an answer as possible. Either that or being called a sociopath too, like for being so, aware of the nature of a social contrivance. So anybody can do anything, anytime, variable, rather than taking the initial non-thought reaction as a baseline and just not thinking about it and reveling and finding camaraderie in that, as if to replace thought with social contrivance. This is almost the same line of questioning that we see in that clip, but I don't know. Okay, so here I'll continue this. So we're still at Jodi Arias trial day 54, part 3 at 1:22:50 and 3:21. But no, what's funny about this is it's like they brought in the big gun, Alice Laviolette, and she got discredited so badly that they had to send in her adherent, her editor. Right, this guy. I didn't know they worked together until just now. I guess I haven't seen this guy's testimony really too much. it is difficult for Juan. He must have done his research because he doesn't know about any of this either. Right? He's not an expert in this field. So even as much as you make fun of Gaffner, he's more of an expert than you are still, Juan. But you got to try to discredit him. That's sort of anecdotal, too. I mean, it's not really hearsay, but... that's above the clinical range. Threshold. I use range. Try to ask my questions and base them better. But he's clearly done his homework. That's what he's sort of showing off here. What was HY again? I forgot. I was trying to give this guy so much credit too and saying, oh, he's better. Maybe he's the one good defense witness. Don't assume. That's what Alice Laviolette did when she assumed that she saw the porn on the computer, the child, whatever. Okay, then thank you. He said no and left. See, that's at least the right way to do it, although you're still cutting him off. He just gets away with doing a lot here that after he's been disbarred you might look back at, but then again it's the judge's fault for allowing it. Like, you don't like their answers, so you cut them off. Do you know him personally? Like, how are you saying it before? Psychometric summary. But no, that's one of my favorite lines from the trial that maybe people wouldn't entirely pick up on, but just when you think about it a certain way. When Alice Laviolette says, "You're mischaracterizing my continuum," it just sounds like a line from some hilarious little like kid show that's like, I don't know, like some really smart kid who seems maybe silly with what they're saying, but like Jimmy Neutron or somebody, "You mischaracterized my continuum," and he says it in like a really whiny voice. It's so good. Not that that's actually a line, but it just sounds like it could be a line. It just sounds so out of place, like when you think about it. She's not thinking about it as she's saying it, but summary scales attached. It would be preferred. Oh, yes. That makes him look more credible. He's not only good enough to do it himself, but he does it through his staff. Yeah, where did that come from? He didn't say anything about John. Not necessarily. I mean, you're instructing. Three words, if you want to do it as more than 3 words. But no, he's gonna say he never said bad. I kind of like this guy in a way, though. Now he does it again. If he does it again, that'd be funny. This is different than what he was asking, though, about Janine DeMar. Jodi's really enjoying this. Somehow she's smirking. some of it. So he's being fair and objective. How do you know what she knew? Because she didn't do it. Well, that makes it even worse if you did know and then you still didn't do it. Part 4, okay. So this is Jodi Arias trial day 54, part 4 in 3, 2, 1. I kind of have a headache, so I don't feel like as enthusiastic about doing this as normal, but whatever. We're just doing sort of random parts of the YouTube session anyway. Rather than always just blame the materials you were given. It was just preferred. But you just inferred it. He gets kind of mad when they press him for more, like, foundation of what he's asking. Like, oh, it should be obvious. What? 10 areas or sites? When does he get to that moment? I don't know. It should be part of this discussion. But he's already kind of gone through that line of questioning. Just call it what it is, summary. that's not really even argumentative. It's more just, it's more just almost praise. Flattery will get you nothing. Objection, flattery, instead of argumentative. Me or my staff that I trained, because I know it so I love that though. You're too smart for that. I gotta watch that part again. It makes him look a little bad though, one, that he has to do it in such a myopic way. He's giving him less freedom than the other witnesses. Like, his patience is just at its limit. That's kind of hard to prove. Study, test around. By who? Who says that? See, named for function, you wouldn't have Minnesota in there because who gives a shit about Minnesota, right? You just care about the test and what it's about. So that's kind of a absolutist trigger. Juan was sort of circling around back and forth there for a minute. But it's funny to find that question argumentative when he's actually praising him. You're too smart for that. Whether you have sex with someone else when you're supposed to be on a break with your main partner, Ross Geller, special. He's a fucking professor, though, so I mean, that makes him pretty attractive to a lot of women. Being a college professor, archaeology, he writes a book. Like, he's not some ordinary dude, man. Whereas Rachel is just a waitress. It matters to me on a personal level, but it shouldn't matter whether it's a bear or a tiger, right? If it could just be something you imagine in your head. Do these rights count as a question, though? Or you could get away with asking the same question, but you're asking about a different subject. So it's like asked and answered, but he asked this again later too. There's an issue of secondary gain. And what you realize about all these things is like, oh, everything is so well established, but it's just preconceived. It's ultimately arbitrary. Like even with, certain terms that I might use, it's like, it's all equally arbitrary how you trace it back. So social Darwinism and functional basis can decide its value, but no, the issue doesn't seem like that many. The judge always pauses and then says yes in like a drawn out way. Or the other guy does that too. This makes the other doctor look bad, the male doctor. Kind of froze. I don't know if that's on my end, so that might mess with the timestamp. But how would you know that? But how would you know that? If you find that out later. Because it could still be that they believe they have trauma. But anybody could just say anything. You're sort of framing it that like there was no trauma here, but you could absolutely say that her killing Travis is still traumatic. It's just doesn't mean that you deserve sympathy for it, but it's still fine. Like if you want to say she got PTSD from that, fine. That doesn't mean that it doesn't even matter, because like you got PTSD as a result of doing it, so it didn't make you do it. I want to see that part again. Or was that like in the last? I don't know what happened. Was that you're way too smart for that? Just trying to say like you don't need the summary scales. You're way too smart for that. You get the laugh out of him. I love that. If someone as experienced as you, as a clinical psychologist, you don't really need these summary scales. You're way too smart for that. That's sort of a praiseworthy, flattering. He's not even saying it mockingly. He's saying it genuinely. You just don't need it. Even though you were just trying to discredit him earlier.